Recording in progress.
May, but their heart is in the right place. I want everybody to truly appreciate it. The one advice I give when leaving, as far as the industry and when they deal with the commission, is it doesn't have to be personal. It can be, people can have differences of opinion and you can stay professional and civil. But I want to thank you, commissioners, for your dedication to this industry. And it's because of you and many of the people in this room from all walks of life that this industry is going to be okay. We're going to keep fighting. I know that. I'm sure I'm going to be out the racetrack a lot because I always am and I love it. I want to take another second if I can. There's no problem. This commission, racing commission staff, starting with the leadership of business and everybody in this staff, they're amazing. And I think everybody in this industry, whether or not you again agree with some of the decisions that are made at the staff level or the commission level, these people care and they work their ass off. They really do. And they don't get paid because they're government employees like they should get paid. I know that, but they bust their tails because they care about this industry. And it's not an easy job. And there's a total, I think, the last time I checked, 13 people doing a job that they should have 30 people doing. There's all kinds of things going on all the time. And I just want to say thank you to the staff. You are so professional and so amazing. It has been an honor to work with you on these very important issues in the racing industry. And I will cherish all of our friendships and our professional working relationships. It's been amazing. And now I just want to say a few more things to people with this stakeholders here. I know that a lot of people in this room have not always agreed with the decisions I've made. But I know one thing. I've made some friendships amongst a lot of horsemen and a lot of people that are involved in the racetracks, with breeders, with every stakeholder here. And I will cherish those friendships because I've learned a lot from them. I know how passionate you are about this industry. I know how hard the racetracks work. I know how hard the breeders work. I know how hard. We've had our differences, there's no doubt. But I can tell you it has been an honor to represent this industry in the capacity as being on the racing commission. And I will miss this. And this is one of the saddest parts about me taking on this new challenge. And I'm looking forward to that. But this is the morning I was dreading because I was not going to be able to sit up there with my colleagues and listen to the concerns and figure out some solutions. But I want to say thank you to everybody. It's been a little road once in a while. I wouldn't I've been so honored by the governor putting me on this commission and by all of us. Say thank you to everybody. I've made a lot of friendships and I will cherish those and I will continue to have those friendships. So thank you to everybody. I appreciate it. Taking up enough time. Mr. Chairman, good luck today. And commissioners, thank you very much, you guys. I'll see you later.
One thing I'll advise everyone here to take off your blinders because we all have our own part in this industry and we all look at things that just pertain to us. We have to take off those blinders today and look at everything. I mean, all the tracks have to look at the rest of the track, the horsemen, jockeys, trainers, everything. And same thing with the owners, trainers, take off your blinders and look at the owners. That's what we're here for. And that's one thing that I really recommend, because I know we all have certain things that we want done, to help us, each individual. But we have to look at the rest of the industry. And that's the only way this thing is going to work. We have to see other people's problems and see where they're coming from. And let's try to resolve everything that's going on here, and that's it. Something where we can all get together and talk about things and see if we can get things going in the right direction. And going from there.
Yeah, I'd like to say something. First of all, this commission is not the adversary. We have no authority over the Breeders Association. All we have to do is listen, and we might throw out ideas, but we can't mandate anything to the American Breeders Association. We're just the regulators. So, changes that are made, it will be done by we, not this commission. You guys get together and make decisions. Thank you.
I look forward to listening to everybody's comments, and as you mentioned blinders, I certainly have blinders, and I'm sure everybody else has blinders, but I'm interested in doing some perspective that I didn't have, and it was interesting reading through all the strengths and weaknesses, and for the most part, everybody's kind of in agreement on what the strengths and weaknesses are, and probably vary when we get down to solutions and things like that. But I thought if you kind of lump them all together and big picture wise, where we kind of in agreement with the basic issues we have and the basic strengths we have. And we all have, in a way, we all have some of the same weaknesses. Obviously, everywhere I go, everywhere I hear, whether it's the backside, front side, whichever side you want to talk about, it's difficult to find people, skilled people, skilled people. There's always a shortage of, whether it's gate crew, the track crew, the restaurant staff, or casino staff. That's a problem, and it's not unique to our industry. It's every industry that you come across, they have some of those same problems. Solutions, they're a little more difficult to come up with and do, but I look forward to hearing all of your input.
I want to thank you all for being here. Most of our meetings is no one here. So it's kind of exciting to see all you guys and hear from you, because we need to hear from you. I'm so glad you're here today. Thank you very much for being here.
Move on to litigation updates. All right.
Good morning. Happy New Year, honorable commissioners. I present the following update regarding litigation involving the New Mexico Horsemen's Association. In the jockey insurance case, the horsemen filed a declaratory judgment action in state court seeking to invalidate the racing regulation, allowing racetracks to request an offset of jockey and exercise rider insurance expenses from gaming monies. In September of 22, the district court entered an order finding the regulation is inconsistent with the Gaming Control Act, recognizing the short-term effect its order would have on racing and the insured jockeys and exercise riders, as well as the commission's good and noble intention to ensure jockey and exercise riders are insured. The court's order included that it would be stayed until at least March 18th of 23, with the hope the various stakeholders will work with the legislature to amend the Gaming Control Act to achieve this policy. However, on December 28th of last year, the commission was served with a horseman's petition for writ of superintending control, by which the Horsemen's Association is asking the New Mexico Supreme Court to enforce the district court's order immediately. That petition is pending. Regarding the federal lawsuit, the horsemen filed against the Racing Commission, In 2021, the Horsemen sued the Racing Commission and several individual commissioners for damages and injunctive relief, stating 9 causes of action for various tort claims and federal and state-based constitutional claims. The commission filed motions to dismiss all claims. In October and November of last year, the court entered orders dismissing all claims for damages and all claims against the individual defendants, again, who were commissioners. A single cause of action remains active, which is against the commission as an organization only, and for which only injunctive relief is available. That cause of action alleges that the commission's June 2021 administrative order directing its licensee racetracks to cease the automatic 1% diversion to the Horsemen was in retaliation for the lawsuit the Horsemen filed against the commission in December of 20. In December 22, the Horsemen asked the federal court to amend its complaint, which the commission opposed. In its response to the motion to amend, the commission argues that the Horsemen's Association's proposed amendment attempts to bring claims which have already been dismissed by the court and otherwise violates the rules of civil procedure. That motion is pending. In the 1% diversion appeal, again, Horsemen versus the Racing Commission, after the commission directed its licensee racetracks to cease the automatic diversion of the 1% of purses and other fees to the Horsemen's Association, the Horsemen's Association filed an administrative appeal to the district court. In August of 21, the district court ordered the commission to stay its administrative order while this case is pending. The commission did so. However, the 1% diversion had also been prohibited by the Gaming Control Board, and the Gaming Control Board was not subject to the district court's order, and the racetracks are still bound by the Gaming Control Directive. As such, the 1% diversion did not resume. After a stay of that appeal, which was requested by all the parties, which lasted several months, the Horsemen filed a motion asking the court to hold the commission in contempt because the 1% diversion had not been resumed. The court held a hearing acknowledging it had no authority to order the Gaming Control Board to do anything, but indicated it would award the Horsemen's Association attorney fees. No written order has been entered. Several other motions, including the commission's motion to dismiss the appeal, are pending at the district court. We have the case of the Horsemen versus the Racing Commission based on the quote-unquote unrecognizing of the Horsemen's Association. During its June 2022 meeting, the commission passed a motion to unrecognize the Horsemen's Association as having any official representation in the horse racing industry in New Mexico. The Horsemen's Association has appealed that order to the district court. The parties have submitted their written statements to the court, and the parties await ruling on that matter. And finally, we have the Horsemen's Association versus Commissioners Bregman, Smith, et al. In February 21, the Horsemen's Association filed a complaint with the State Ethics Commission, an administrative agency, against the Racing Commission, the Gaming Control Board, and individual members of both bodies and some agency employees. The complaint was 42 pages long, made numerous and wide-ranging allegations. The State Ethics Commission dismissed nearly all of the complaint, finding it had no jurisdiction over most of the Horsemen's allegations. The State Ethics Commission found it did have jurisdiction only over 2 claims, one against former Chairman Bregman and the other one against Commissioner Smith. The State Ethics Commission reviewed and investigated those claims, and on December 2nd of last year, the State Ethics Commission entered an order dismissing those final claims as meritless. On January 3rd of 23, after the time to appeal the dismissal had passed, the State Ethics Commission entered a final order closing the case entirely. And that's it for the legal update. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you so much. Can we move on to Busy? Okay.
Yes, good morning, Vice Chair, Commissioners. Thank everyone for being here. As Commissioner Brad mentioned, nice to see a good crowd of people wanting to be involved. that's such an important meeting and topic that we're going to discuss today. And I know in a lot of the submissions that were given to the commission that requested, a lot of people put that I guess it was a concern for the industry, but most certainly is in good ways and bad ways. So being an optimist, you know, we have to take the good with bad. And, it's going to be here. There was a quick fix done at the very, very tail end of December 2022, in which the Federal Trade Commission is now given more authority over a non-governmental entity, which we call IWU. And that was a problem with that piece of law is that the district court deemed it unconstitutional because the government, the federal government, did not have full authority over this legislation. So they kind of flip-flopped the powers from HISA having all the authority, which was unconstitutional for the district, and now given the authority to the Federal Trade Commission with a very, very quick fix, a few sentences, from what I understand. So now, and as the racetrack goes, there's a gazillion rumors. The rumor is that the anti-doping program that we were supposed to implement on January 1st this year may not be seen until March or April of 2022. So my concerns are that there may be some more bureaucracy with the Federal Trade Commission having the, I'm not sure how the dynamics are going to work with this need for flop of, but nonetheless, according to our legal counsel, it's still in effect, and so we are not part of the district court. So the safety program is rolled out July 1st, 2022. Is in fact in force. We'll be working with the there's obviously been some grace period given by HISA for us that the industry lacks personnel to really execute all of these new laws. So they're not going to be a stopper and saying, oh, phone park, you're not American shoes, you can't export. So they made it loud and clear, especially if it's supposing in Tucson, Investigator Johnson, when I met with them. They're going to be pretty lenient as far as giving us time to get things in order. So it's all in effect. We have met with HIWU on the anti-doping program as well. They're real sincere in their efforts to help the thoroughbred horse race. And I emphasize it's all the thoroughbreds, not quarter horses at all. So quarter horse people, you're not off the hook. There's still the racing you have to contend with, but you don't have to go with the federal government at least. But a new assessment has been rolled out. We'll take a look at those and work with the tracks on further. It's going to be the same model. Don't believe the commission is going to want to be the assessment fee collector, so that would be on the racetracks and other entities in this industry to put the money into the coffers and send it off to the SFA for them. So we'll look at those, see if they're fair. I thought it's all the estimate on how many thoroughbred horses are going to start at each race meet. So that'll dictate that. First, money distributed will dictate the assessment fee by the participant that runs the horse races as well as track owners. I don't know that I have any other information. We haven't been getting a lot from HISA right now. So it's in the district case ruled them unconstitutional. Communication other than in Tucson is really easy. Been in contact with them. The commission has not decided to find an agreement as of yet. We said the authority to negotiate it. And he's a procedure for me. But nonetheless, it's going to be here, people. Change is sometimes good. Don't be afraid to change. You got to change our clothes every day. So just like that, we'll get it rolling and we'll move forward with it, and we'll do the best that we can to implement it. It's not going to be a hard, steadfast rollout. We can't get over either. We'll see when that comes out. But I stand for any questions.
What was the figure that the assessment for New Mexico?
Initially 1.7 million, but I think that's going to be decreased a little bit. And the way the HISA is collecting is 50% comes from the racetrack operator, and 50% is coming from the purchase. And that's a directive that was given by the federal government to every master. No. 17 million? You said 1.1. I think it's 1.7 million. Okay. It's all five times. But it varies amongst the racetrack, based on the number of program starters and the personality of that basically. We don't have split meets. So during the meet of particular track, things quarter horses send the signal out and not send the signal out on thoroughbred racing. No, that's a really good sign. Because I don't know as much as gas. I mean, I'm always about getting kind of beat around these types of things. So I don't know if that's the horse racing. We need our signal to go out. Next door racing had a lot to offer. We saw it on the market that weekend. They had great handle over them. I mean, it was strong. Quarter horse and go on Friday and Saturday. So, but I don't know what the answer to that is, but I do know that mixed meets causes a lot of complexities with ISA. They were willing to hire our people, but they hire our people to do all the thoroughbred work. Who's to say that our people won't give us the middle finger and say, I'm working for this, I'm not going to get the quarter horses. Now we've got to find more personnel to do the quarter horses. So it's a non-starter with us to let us hire our people. We do want have the abilities to supervise our personnel to run the operation and other stewards. Because we do have the mixes, I can't afford to lose any personnel. That's great. And if it's maybe quarter horses, they can send the signal. Yes, absolutely. And then we would keep our personnel. And if the one from people in for a straight program, they can do that. But like I said, with the mixed needs, I can't run the risk of often not people up, and then not people not wanting to do the work for the quarter horse. I hope we will not set them hire our people. Thank you. Thank you.
Richard?
All right, start the meeting.
Okay. All right. Honorable commissioners, and welcome to everybody. To further the thoughtful comments made by our commissioners this morning, I've been asked to read this preface. Regardless of how we're involved in the state's horse racing industry, everyone attending today here has at least three things in common. First, we are all passionate about the industry and the opportunities it can and does provide to individuals, families, and businesses connected to it. Second, everyone realizes that because of an enormous number of factors, the horse racing industry nationwide, as well as in New Mexico, faces significant challenges to its continued growth, popularity, and sustainability. Third, positive change oftentimes means taking risks and affirmatively choosing to be part of the solutions rather than remain focused on what we perceived as the negatives or the problems. So let's all of us here today commit to ourselves and to each other, and in the future, choose our words carefully, develop and communicate positive ideas and plans for the New Mexico horse racing industry, and respect the fact that despite everyone here has different perspectives and responsibilities, we all share the common and important goal of cultivating the state's horse racing industry for the benefit of the public who enjoys it and the persons and families who work in it for their lives. With all of that said, everyone in attendance today is please expected to conduct yourself professionally and in a civil manner and be respectful. Anyone who fails to comply with the commission's request can conduct yourself in that manner, in a civil, professional manner, will be asked to leave and, if necessary, be escorted out. But we thank you all for being here. Honorable commissioners, thank you.
Thank you so much. Driver number 6, current strength in the Mexico horse racing industry. Start with, okay, here we are. The strengths. Anyone want to comment here? Sorry.
Germany's done good downtown. The amount of first money generated as public biggest strength. I think most of it, 85-90% of it is so it seems to be position, and last year we had our best year getting. So I believe the amount of person generating gains is one of our strengths. Also, a strength that I put down is the commission stance on drugs. I think this commission has done an unbelievable job on handing down penalties of violators. I think Chairman Bregman might have parlayed into the position he just got. And reading the newspaper articles like that, the crime in Albuquerque is an issue that I found, and the commission did an unbelievable job on prosecuting the violators, and I think that's one of our strengths. We got a commission now that really hands down penalties to the violators. I think we're trending great there. I believe those are two good strengths for us.
Good. Okay. I just got this information here. Since we're in here in state and municipal, we've had over $1 billion per month. Just $1 billion a person. That's a lot of money. And that's a lot. Okay. Since 2004, we had $660 million. We're averaging a little better than $50 million a year here. Per person. That's what we have to take care of this industry today. This is what the state has let us have to protect this industry, to enhance the industry, to make the industry a lot better. So let's take care of it. Because if we don't take care of it, someone will take care of it. We have to work together. Okay. Anyone else on it also?
Yeah, Chairman. Thank you, sir. Recall read us down. The roadmap is right in front of us with our strengths. When you look at the purse monies that are coming from the game, that doesn't include the nominated monies as well. So the strengths that we have, and one of them is mentioned up there, is our stage program that we have in the state. And the other thing that I've been doing this for quite a while now is the unity among the racetracks and communication, and even with the breeders that we have. And we need to take that one step further and continue this communication and this growth process. Our roadmap's in front of us, and we just got to take that roadmap and tweak on it. And I think everybody in this room will be happy. I've said it 1,000 times, and I'll say it again. Where I started at was breeding. It all starts with the breeding farms. If the breeding farms do good, then everybody does. But we've all got to come together and make sure that it starts with the breeding.
Can you speak up a little?
When I flew 2 weeks ago, I can't hear something. I mean, I know it starts with breeding farms, and we need to continue that growth and work with breeders, bring new breeders to the state, and allow them to enhance it.
How much nominated states do you have nominated approximately through the summer?
We'll do
combine the back.
Around 14.
That's got to be the highest.
And we just got our Derby report yesterday, and our Derbies are just phenomenal. Like 30% plus. And we're elated about that. They're coming off of the sale that we saw. And our breeds, I think there were 3 to 5% We're delighted what we're seeing, and I think a lot of the stability that people from outside the state are seeing is making a huge difference. And so that everybody in this industry in Mexico is after the best benefit for the state, and we will continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, of the Commission, Director Trejo, Tom Gaucho, President of the Chairman. Not be allowed to read your statement that addresses both of these issues. I'll have you two ready. We do appreciate the opportunity to discuss these issues for the Breeders Association, and we're all facing. If I may, I'd like to introduce our Executive Director, Mary Barber. We have some other board members here. First Vice President Mike Logan is in attendance. Mac Curry, Norma Alvarez, Dr. Warren Franklin. They'll be addressing some specific issues that are relevant to the conversation that we have to allow us to do that. There's different areas fall into their areas of expertise. I have to take to our board. If I missed any board members, Mac Brown's here. If I missed any board members, I apologize. We continue, and the Breeders Association has taken, and we continue to take proactive steps to implement policies and rules to benefit our members in raising in Mexico as a whole. Some examples are in recent years, by allowing out-of-state governments to take them their time after their live. We do require them to bring them back to the state whole, but we got a really positive backup. It only makes sense. They don't have to leave their mares here year round if they live out of state to have their own farm and ranch. Let them take home and take care of it. We got a statute change in recent years where before New Mexico breeders were relegated to just first place awards for a horse that finishes first. The statute change allowed for breeders to participate in awards for horses running first, second, and third. That puts money in breeders' pockets. Certainly, it enables them to invest more money in producing more profit. We've added funds to grow the purses for the New Mexico Oaks and Derby at some part to $250,000. That's had a big impact and pretty exciting. Our thoroughbred folks. And in concert with the Dams and Out Crew, we have $1 million quarter horse derby for the New Mexico quarter horses. That's had a tremendous impact. The race takes place this year for the first time. We attribute our record sales people. Mac Murray will address it a little bit, but quarter horse show in large part to this new detergent. That got folks excited on the quarter horse side of things. And we've already seen some new stallions move to the state quarter horse riding as a result of it. In other good news, Copper Springs Ranch, big outfit, quarter horse outfit, moved to Tularosa from Bowman, Montana. Brian Anderson runs that place, and he's not really board member. He's not independent. That was very encouraging. And just recently, Crystal Spring Farm, which was owned by my former boss, Mr. Hubbard, was just recently sold to New Mexico horse people, Scott Brands and Jimmy Masters. So we're at the recent development, big farm, first class facility. There's horses on the place. We've already had a stallion, 4 horse stallion. We're excited to watch that place grow. Also contains a large training operation. I think it's worth mentioning, for those of you who may not know, most of you probably do know, that we had a New Mexico bred thoroughbred filly named Slam, owned by Brad King, Susan Kirby, and trainer Todd Fincher. Won a grade 2 at Keeneland, won a grade 2 stakes race at Keeneland, which is one of the hardest places to race a thoroughbred in the country. Won by 4.5 lengths, if I remember correctly, and that also enabled her. It was what they call a winning or annual, and she was eligible and then ran in subsequent Breeders' Cup race. I believe that's the first in Mexico thoroughbred, and it garnered a lot of positive attention. What areas of Thoroughbred Daily News? These publications don't just have a national reach, but an international reach. So we were super proud of that effort. And in addition, there's a couple of large out-of-state breeding operations that are currently looking at moving. And I'll just be honest with you, we've had
all the rumors and controversy, all of that, concerns is probably a better way to put it about the future of the state, of racing in the state, and they're watching what we do here today closely. So the outcome of this discussion and further discussions, if we do this right, and Chair Sanchez comments about our first structure, we should be we can move it back to the town. It was already referenced, I believe we had a record New Mexico corridor sale, and a New Mexico bread sale period, corridors and the thoroughbreds, record pricing at our sale in Rio Dosa last summer. It demonstrates that, again, there's considerable excitement regarding the quarter horses, and on the thoroughbred side of things, it showed that if you bring a quality product to the sale, they can bring good money. The breeders that did that were amply rewarded and were really pleased with those sales results. We do recognize that the breeders recognize the need to improve the size of our foal crops, particularly with thoroughbreds. And a task force has been formed outside of the breeders board to address these issues. I believe Ralph Vinson is here. He's leading that task force. He's the former president of New Mexico Breeders. He's a breeder and owner himself. He gathered a group of folks that came outside of our board to look creative ways to approach these concerns of growing our forest crops. And it's also worth mentioning, and I think most folks realize this, that with the thoroughbreds in particular, foal crops are decreasing nationally. It's not just here. It's a national trend. But we're not sitting on it, and we're looking for ways to improve those numbers. And we're really pleased that Ralph is taking this on. And he's talked about making a presentation at our annual summer meeting and have it still for the end of those down. And we'll amply advertise the ideas that Ralph and his group are putting together to address that issue. So in hopes that we get a good turnout so the breeders can assemble and ask questions, perhaps propose other ideas that weren't on the agenda, that aren't going to be on the agenda, so we can address this issue in a serious manner. We all recognize that change can be good, and people are usually resistant to change regardless of what it is and what industry it's. The item that we were able to get tapped allowing marijuana, for example, took a little bit for folks to get comfortable with that idea. So it takes some time, but we are not sitting on it, and we're working on it. And I think if you'll allow me, when we get to different issues on this agenda, I'm going to appoint my board members like I mentioned before, but I think fundamentally, breeders, the racing commission, and the tracks need to act like partners. And I think for the most part, the breeders have good relationships with the track management in general and with the commission as well. But we need to continue that and collaborate. And this summer is an example of it, and very ideal. Let's not be adversaries, in other words. And I think the commissioner's interest. And I'll pause here. I have some more comments when you go on. But if I may, Mr. Chair, Matt Murray's here, and I'd like him to address the corridor sale specifically before we move on, if that's okay.
Can we hold up on that and let's give someone an opportunity?
Absolutely.
Thank you to thank you, Vice Chair Sanchez, members of the commission, Dustin, Dick, Summer Park. Some of the strengths up there, one of the strengths that's not up there that's off is our customers. And we just opened up our live meet at Summer Park, and I'm very proud of the fact that the amount of customers that we attract to our facility for horse racing. A lot of new faces, a lot of people I haven't seen, and a lot of generations of people, of old and young. And I think that's a great strength that we can still attract a crowd for horse racing. Signature events is something I'm very proud of to be a part of with the Summerlin Derby, Summerlin Oaks at Summerlin Park. When I first came into New Mexico 20 years ago, the idea of having a Kentucky Derby, Kentucky Oaks prep race in New Mexico was very proud of what it's become. And we have some great events in the state. Of course, we're also Triple Crown County working on this big $1 million race as well, the Challenge Championship. So I think that's the key for horse racing is we're an event-driven sport. It's just coming up with more events. And we're trying to leverage the Summerlin Derby to create more events with preferences. So I think that's one of the strengths is that slot came in my opinion, some good with improving and getting signature events on that scale. And I come from a state that had, I think, 9 racetracks. Now there's 1 in Michigan. And I always have said that the problems we have here in New Mexico, we can solve because of the purse money. If you don't have purse money, then it kind of all goes away. So I just reiterate what a lot of people said up here. We're all on the same team here. It doesn't seem like it at times, but we are all on the same team and we all want the same thing. So, and that's raising the prosper. Thank you.
Thank you. Sunray?
Thank you, commissioners, for putting this on. I think all of that implies the strengths are all very good there. If I were to hit anything, it's just the fact that we're actually having this summit. This isn't something that occurred in a lot of jurisdictions. And to look around and see all the people here, the different stakeholders, I think that's huge. Whether we get anything out of this or we get nothing out of it, just the fact that you see such a cross section of the industry represented, people showing that they care. I think that's just absolutely the biggest thing here is even having something like this. And I think I'll turn the rest of my time over for others. Thank you.
Thank you. You can hit Mr. Murray.
Matt, introduce yourself. I'm going to stand up because I got some handouts I want to put out, and I'm really going to talk about the sales we had also. In New Mexico Breads, between the 2 sales, we sold over $5 million. And I think what's really interesting is I don't have enough. What's really interesting is we're talking about bringing out safe people in the program. And in 2022, and this thing that I'm handing out was put together by the video sales company and never made. I won't take any credit. And I thought they did a really good job. It really opened my eyes. If you look on page 2, it shows the 2022 way of money paper. And Texas bought 60 pit horses our sale with 2.115. Well, a little over $2 million. Okay.
New Mexico red, right?
This is only New Mexico red quarter, which I'm not talking about the okay. Because I'm a quarter horse rear, I don't really understand the third red wheel. I've never put one. In contrast to that, New Mexico was second, and they brought $600,000 with them. This was at the breed sale. Now, in the open sale, there was 26 breeds sold in the open sale. And they brought $1.5 million. That was almost equal. Texas brought about $600,000 worth. New Mexico brought $450,000 worth. And what I'm saying, the money comes from out of state. And I think this pretty much tells the whole story. But 99% of those horses will come back to New Mexico to race. And I think that's what we're trying to accomplish. We're seeing the same thing in our breeding book. About 48% of our contracts so far this year have come from out of state. And I think we can tweak that a little bit. I think there's some things we can do that will enhance that. The other thing that I want to stress is I think right here in New Mexico, we're sitting on acres of diamonds in the horse racing industry. I don't think we've cultivated near what we should. The weather here is conducive to racing year round. That's what attracted us to come here 20 some years ago. And the breeders program is the other thing that attracted us to come here. The incentive awards for stallions for breeders offset some of the expenses, and that's really important. And I can't tell you how many small breeders have called me and said, gee, Matt, I got a check in the mail for $730 last week, and I wasn't expecting anything. And that created a lot of enthusiasm. Anyway, I just want you to look at this handout, see where our money is coming from, and I think we have the best program in the whole southwestern United States. The other thing, I personally know of 2 major breeding farms that are considering setting up operations in New Mexico. And I think they're, like Tom said, they're looking at a lot of what's going to happen in the next little while. But if things are the way they are now, I'm pretty sure at least one of these 2 is going to come in. The other thing, Texas is kind of on a tightrope. Their rating is good right now because depending on tax money that allocated to tax money, that could go on. It could end. We don't know. California, if something happens at Los Alamitas, where are those people going to go? Arizona, their racing is not stable. Colorado's not stable. Where we come from Utah, Wyoming, that area, that's even stable. So I think we just have to cultivate this thing. I think it can be just tremendous in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
If you may, Mr. Chair, of the commission, Dr. Warren Franklin is here to get a better survey, but man, briefly reference.
Okay. I'm Dr. Franklin. Commissioners would like to thank you for letting us come talk to you guys. Basically, thoroughbred sales are up. From the 21 sale, we have 57 horses go through the Mexico bred sale, about $767,000. Average 13,467. In 22, we had 50 horses go through the sale. They brought 1,167,300. Average was 23,346. So we had a 43% increase in actual sales per horse. The downside is our numbers are not nearly high enough, in my opinion. So that's kind of what we're facing, some of the problems we have. I don't know if this is the time to address. I've talked to a lot of thoroughbred breeders that are either getting out of the business or moving to other states. And just the easiest way to find out is just ask them why. So there were 3 main areas that they talked about. One was having to deal with the HISA restrictions. Of course, that's pretty much everywhere. We get that. The increasing costs, daily costs for the horses in training. And then one of the biggest things was decreasing actual race days in New Mexico. And they were concerned about that. Are we going to get to run these lower class horses? The stakes horses, the stakes are great. Problem is we need these lower class horses in order to have our meets. That's the bottom line to build the races. And that seems to be the ones we're losing right now. They don't want to run if they don't have a chance to run. And I think that's kind of the bottom line I hear from those guys. So that is one of the areas I'd kind of like to discuss with the commission about what we can do. We need more races in order to encourage more people to breed their business. That's my opinion.
I agree with you there. Any use?
Not very many.
But there's
Right. Right.
However, if you may, pardon the interruption, we do have some exciting, they're not brand new to the state stallions, but stallions coming with their first crops. Which I think is relevant. ANA's horses are top of the sale and nearly top of the sale. Not marketing.
Sporting Chance.
Sporting Chance. Thank you.
American Anthem is here now.
Yeah. Sporting Chance is really our
his first crop will run this year, the 2-year-olds. American Anthem, his first crop are yearlings, are really well bred, really good racehorses. So we're looking forward to seeing his yearlings. I personally own one that I'm going to Hollywood Wildcat stands in 100th place. His first crop, I believe, are yearlings. Is that right? He's out of Tampa. Yeah, Kentucky Wildcat. It's hardly Kentucky Wildcat. He's out of Tampa, who's one of the world greatest stallions.
So we've got some good stallions here.
You know, with a little luck. And those horses were pretty well received. They have a number of shares. That could be a real boost to the thoroughbred sector.
Now we just need to get some really good mares here, and then we'll be in really good shape.
That's the key. That's
Well, we've got to have owners.
Excuse me?
I said we have to have owners with really good mares. Creators. Yeah, breeders. So.
Chicken and egg. Thank you.
Okay,
May I ask a general question?
no, I'm not taking questions from you.
Just between the establishments and the commission, is that it?
Yes. Thank you. Okay, now we move on to New Mexico Racing Commission and current New Mexico Racing Commission's stance on drug penalties.
Mr. Chairman, I think I know the stances that we've taken and the competition testing that's come about has made a huge impact in the industry. The thing that Director Trejo and I have discussed on one occasion, we kind of felt like we were out on that one by ourselves. But now that Oklahoma, Texas has stepped up and they're doing additional testing as well, we can see a difference in what's going on for the accountability of these trainers. And I think that's a category that we don't need to back off of, sure, but we need to enhance even further every chance that we get. I applaud Texas. They actually came to those Downs in August of this year in cooperation with Mr. Trejo and his staff. They did hair testing in the middle of August, which I don't want to say it shook some up, but it did, and it helped. But we need to continue our research. We need to continue pushing forward. The tracks are all talking, and if we've got any bad actors out there, we're working with the commission, and we know who they are, and continue to go after.
What's your opinion on hair testing?
I think hair testing's got its place within the industry. I think it's the end-all, be-all. No, sir, I don't. But that comes with technology and the growth on hair testing. I think that it's evolving, but there are some medications out there that we haven't been able to pick up.
That the majority of them, yeah. Downs Valley.
As I mentioned earlier, this commission has done an unbelievable job on having penalties to crack down on it. And we continue with that. Usually regulators adding down these penalties. I think we've seen is in the last 5 years a huge drop in positive testing. So we're trending in the right direction, and one of the items later on about concerns with making sure the Good Racing Commission has the resources to prosecute these cases. As long as this commission makes the priority of these violators, I think we're on the right track.
I think everyone needs to have their education and help us get more money for testing. That's one of our biggest things. Because a lot of times we are not able to test, we don't have money to test. And I think that should be no question about that as far as testing, because we have to see what racing is. The only way they're going to work, we've got to start from the ground up and clean up racing. And we need that money as far as regulators. Yes.
In some ways, somehow it'd be nice to see the horsemen police themselves, and the breeders police themselves
when it comes to these politics. Yes, it would. And how would you take their debate? But we can figure that out.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. And Chris Mackerlin from Penn Entertainment and CFR. I want to thank the committee for the efforts on the broadcasting side. It's definitely, we deal in several jurisdictions, and this is one of the most aggressive that we've been associated with. We appreciate all their work in that. I think the tracks have done their job as well and trying to do their job. We are private property, and we do have certain legal avenues that we can take and try to enforce those when we can. It's sometimes like whack-a-mole with moving trainers around and things like that. That's something that we're cognizant of. We're trying to where we can put a stop to that or put people on notice. It's a continued effort. I think some of that is paying off. I think Lizzie can confirm. I believe at the most recent C&D, there was only one positive test for the entire meet, which is somewhat remarkable. We're glad for that. That's one less thing we want to worry about. We want to concentrate, obviously, on building racing and making racing better. Not having to spend all our time, chasing individuals or trying to figure out who's trying to wow each other. So, we appreciate the Commission's efforts. Obviously, the PISA coming in, what that ends up being on the drug testing side, we'll see. But we do appreciate the Commission's efforts, appreciate the other track's efforts. I think everybody trying to, in their own way, try to, clean up things and make things more professional and more on an even playing field. I think is what everybody's trying to get to from that standpoint.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. I just reiterate what Chris Mackerlin said and give kudos to Agency Director Trejo of just the amount of positives that we had and when you took over. And the amount of testing we've done, I think, has been a concern as well. And a lot of the racetracks, we've used our exclusion policies to try to deter as well. And I think it's working. And we are only having one bad test during the meet when I remember it was almost one a day. So that was just a few years ago, I believe, when that was. So that's just where we're going at the industry. So that's a huge strength. Hopefully that continues with our meet.
Okay, let's move on to, I think we covered all of the horse product sales, and we covered all that.
Just a comment about the strings listed as year-round racing and not overlapping the schedule. That is a strength. I'm sure somewhere else it will be a weakness because of the meets and overlapping. Highlights the point about trying to find staff to work if you have multiple meets going on at the same time. So it's a strength, but it also contributes to some of the retail situations too.
We want the space program. You also,
Mr. Chairman, within any product, there's always room for improvement. And that's something that we always look at for the readjusted product. As of January the 18th, Mr. and Mr. Trotter will be going to the Heritage Place sale to encourage additional consigners to be at our sales. With that, we're encouraging people into our stakes programs. So it takes legwork and it takes a lot of work to get there. You've got to improve your product. We've seen that you got to be not only a horse racer, but you got to be an entertainment. So that takes everything in conjunction, pulls it all together, and that's where we're headed.
missile horse breeders.
Yes, sir. Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioners, if I could defer to our first Vice President, Mike Logan, he's our stakes coordinator of our board to address this issue. Mike?
Commissioners, thank you for having us here. So, my job on the board is I kind of look after the stakes. So I know every guy up here, we negotiate, build stakes races every year. And over the past, I believe, 3 years, this will be the 4th year, we've added 8 new stake races to our annual amount of stakes in the state. Mexico bred stake races. The most recent race we built was a $500,000 Mexico bred derby that we held at down to Albuquerque this year. We have our $1 million security that everybody's talked about, and the first year the nominations were well over 300. The second year, our nominations are over 300 again. So a lot of participation. What is interesting is our quarter horse numbers were down in our sale. But I think we kind of stepped on one foot trying to help the other one is I think there was a lot of retained ownership. So pretty interesting point on building a big race. But anyway, I'll stand for questions or whatever at this point. Thank you.
A core unity among racetracks. It's part of this, let's start with your dose again.
Mr. Chairman, I alluded to it earlier during our conversation, and with the unity that come with the racetracks is due to this commission and the executive director that's pulled everybody together and to row in the same direction. Where before, a lot of us were going our own direction. And there were times that we felt like we didn't have a choice. And I think the other guys would agree to that. But now, the unity and the conversations that have evolved with this commission, I think it's taken us to another plateau.
Sunray?
Thank you, Commissioner C. Next, Sunray Park. Again, another obvious strength. Since I'm new, I've now been in the industry, but I'm new in the director of racing division. But I do know most of these gentlemen, and I think, they would help me mold it if I were to call on them. The only thing I would bring up is, along with the accord and the unity, I love with TS as track operators, maybe pull together and get some kind of consistency in staffing, meaning that we could all pull together and maybe have a consistent track crew that travels to each track and a consistent gate crew, maybe consistent racing office and racing personnel. I think that probably would work and fit in better now that we are no longer overlapping. So that would be something I think would help make this even a stronger strength.
Thanks. Again, dealing in other jurisdictions, I think the communication with tracks is very good. Maybe tying into the stakes program a little in terms of unity. I think there probably could be maybe a little bit more coordination on scheduling of the stakes track to track to give a process and flow, and maybe even some culmination of a year-end effect event that they have in other states and Maryland type things. But I think the tracks are very collaborative. I think where we can share information and ideas. That's done. We have a good working relationship. We're
we're competitors, but we're not, we know that basically, if one guy wins, someone's going to lose. So we all have to try to work together for everybody to try to win. So I think communication wise, everybody does a great job. Being able to try to go in the same direction.
That's good. I call Chris on my if he wants to charge me. So. And I Steve if he needs it, if I will do the same and charge him as well. I've worked with Brett, I've worked with Steve, and I've known Bonnie and Chris for a long time. And we have a really good, strong communication. We talk to each other if there's issues, and so we know what's going on. And I think it is definitely a strength that we have, the relationships that we have as the traffic. So
good that you're working together. Okay, let's move on to successful signature events like Kentucky Derby and so on.
I'll yield my time. I didn't realize we were going one by one. Yeah, or until the second one, but I'll be really brief because I spoke on this, and that's what I always envision with slots is that to grow the business, you need a signature event. And my home track was Laffer PRC. We had the Michigan Mile, and just to be part of the Summer Derby Film Notes and what it's become for the community and the horse racing, and I'm very proud of that. I take a lot of pride in the 18 runnings that we've had, and being a point race and being graded on the Summer Derby and having local participation, and now local trainers are it's not just the out-of-towners coming and taking first money that you used to hear. It's local guys gearing up for this, and it's local guys getting owners to spend money to win that race. So I think signature events are important in horse racing. And that's what horse racing is. It's event driven, in my opinion. And you see that, we always hear horse racing is a dying industry. When I went to college, the racetrack industry program, they told me it was a dying industry, and that was over 25 years ago. So with it isn't decline, but I think there's some opportunities, and I think that's why we're all here. So I think the signature events is a huge key for all of this.
And also, let's move on to the long history of horse racing in Mexico. One of the largest industries with huge economic impact. Senator Park.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. The horsemen know this better than anybody that each dollar spent on a horse, how many jobs it creates, and horse racing is a huge agribusiness, and it's very important and long-standing industry in New Mexico. It's always stated as the third largest sector in New Mexico. I don't know if that's true or not. People say it all the time, so I'll say it. But it does have a long history, and that's why we're all here. We want that history to continue.
Zia Park.
I think this could probably be stated as both a strength and maybe even a weakness. I mean, it's a long history. I mean, New Mexico is one of the states that's been conducting horse racing thoroughbred and quarter horse for decades. And it's never really been a huge player, but it's been an important part of the overall business, not only in the state but in the region and at times nationally. But I think also that long history sometimes weighs down what we're talking about here, the ability to change, the ability to do things different. Because the business is obviously not the same as what it was 50 years ago, 25 years ago, literally 10 years ago. It's a different business, different kind of economics. So again, when a lot of people say it used to be this way, used to be this, used to do it this way, that those times are long gone. That's not coming back. So the history, I think, is great in terms of having that support, having that infrastructure, having that passion that everybody wants for the business. But we also have to look forward that the business has changed to survive. So I know that's what we're here for today, but the history is great. But I think if we keep trying to go back to where we were 50 years ago, A, it's not happening, and B, I think that's just a recipe for self-destruction.
Well, what history does is it creates a foundation to move forward. And that's exactly what history is.
I agree with you.
I would get back on both comments, the economic impact statewide, the areas that have attract farming and hogs, so that's a significant local economic impact. It's a big impact for those job and taxes and income, all that. So that's why there should be important to the local communities. And I think sometimes we don't feel that despite that local support. Really, we should strive to emphasize the truth.
Municipal horse breeders.
And Mr. Chair, thank you. I think it goes without saying that racing is a huge part of New Mexico's culture. And we're a Western state. Farmers, ranchers, the horses are a huge part of our culture, whether they're racehorses or not. And back to the economic impact, it is reported that we're the third largest industry in the state behind tourism. And there's considerable overlap between tourism and horse racing. Anybody that tried to get into a restaurant or a hotel during Labor Day weekend can testify to that, right? I believe you were turning away cars in the parking lot. So, yeah, it's you, Commissioner Buckington's comments. Look at the little village of Two Rows where Crystal Spring Farm is and now Copper Springs. Between those two, at least when we were operating outside of the city, we were the largest employers in that little village. And you hear that maybe retired bridges, there is a significant trickle down effect, right? To everything. And a lot of our members are farmers and ranchers, raising hay and cattle, and along with their horses. And we're good consumers, obviously, of the ag products, tractors, trucks, payroll taxes, all of that. It's a big part of the New Mexico economy and again our culture.
Oh, true. Okay, I know we covered part of this year-round racing and non-overlapping schedule for 2023. Sunray Park.
Thank you, Commissioner. I knew you were going to ask me about this. I personally like the non-overlapping part. I like the fact that we'll be able to complete our meet this year. God willing, we can pre-polarize in a fashion where we're all alone in the state. I think that's nice. We'll be able to try to showcase ourselves through the meet, but especially as we close up. Year-round racing, this was one of the strengths that I put down in our question and answers to Executive Director Trejo. I think it's a huge strength that we constantly have product going out and that people can tune in anywhere in the country and see our racing. In fact, even throughout the world and get a look at what New Mexico racing is and what we have to offer. I think it's definitely both of those are strengths.
Zia Park.
Sure. This was one of the things that we put on, and as Commissioner Watson said, I think could potentially be a weakness as well. But I think again the reality in terms of overall racing dates, New Mexico is not in a vacuum. It's happening nationally in terms of racing dates, availability of horses, field size, racing opportunities. So again, there's no way we can sustain previous racing dates. I mean, just
the inventory's not there, the product's not there, the demand's not there, on the customer side either. This year's schedule, I think we'll learn a lot. I understand the concern from the enforcement side. I think the racing days probably aren't the issue. It's more stabling opportunities and things like that. There are several moves that go on within the state, but New Mexico is unique. Other states have feeder locations in adjoining states where they can move around. New Mexico is sort of its own little bubble here in terms of the tracks and the movement of the horses. You don't get a lot of cross-state movement from that standpoint. So, I'm interested to see what 23 will bring in terms of this. So again, when people say we need year-round racing, I think there's different definitions of that depending on what people coming at. There is year-round because you need some actual race dates happening in the state in 23.
The other strength that maybe not specific, you guys all know about it, and I'm sure we would all know about it wasn't the case, is the coordination between tracks when one track is closing, another track is opening, and you've done a great job coordinating when they can move into the other track. And I know when we first, quite a few years back, it wasn't quite so smooth, but it's been very smooth, and I'm sure that would have been on the weaknesses. Had that not been resolved that. So, that's good.
And then sharing equipment and staff.
I think what I think what Steve was saying about, that sounds very overwhelming and complex, but there's some merit to it because you share a lot of staff anyway, but you're all your own entity. So, it's not like you have continuous employment or benefits or anything like that. They're all just a new deal, a new deal. And a lot of the staff does go from track to tracks. And not everybody, but those that do are experienced. And sometimes it makes it difficult without it's every day's new day, new employer type of thing, and that's not something you can fix right away. But it's very complex and perhaps overwhelming. And I'm sure once you get your staff set, you're set. Oh well. We'll see you next year. we'll go through this again next year. So there might be a long-term thing in there somewhere.
The commission staff, well.
Oh yeah.
It gives us more money for testing because they're just no stewards out. And these stewards are working every day, all year long, 51 weeks a year. They need time off, so they'll take time off and at least they'll sit in or somebody will sit in and give them a couple of weeks off. And it really affects the commission staff as well. It's very expensive. The payroll is big. The bigger payroll, the less we can have testing. But it works well for the commission. Year-round racing, 51 weeks cannot overlap. Overlap, you got to get other people and hire more people, and it complicates.
School horse breeders.
I believe we covered everything. Mr. Chairman, am I? The one, I guess you'd say, entity that's not represented today is our wagering public. And as track operators, we'll put on a show every day. We do a TV production every day. So we've got to put off a product that we can entice our wagering public to come to our racetracks. And that's quality of product, which goes back to, if you look at the history, that's a lot of pressure when you see the past and what you're driving towards with the future, and you're seeing the wagering dollars get split up from online to, I mean, FanDuel, you name it, there's all sorts of wagering platforms out today. Track operators get that customer there. You know, that's a lot of pressure, and that creates a quality product that we have to strive to succeed. I know with Ritos Downs last year, when the Downs of Albuquerque are rolled out, our handle dropped 33%, and a portion of that drop in handle was due to the quality of product. We ran shorter fields. So, I mean, we do those things all the time and take that into consideration of our customers that are coming to the door.
What do you feel about track betting?
I think it's something that we're all going to have to take into consideration. Maybe that this platform, you know, that we've got some pushback because Dr. Clark, for example, says that's your first step to internet gaming as sports wagering. But, you know, that's where the frustration on our behalf is that we're the only state in the union that's not allowed to do any of this, you know. So, I mean, Chris can go on for hours on this topic here because in other jurisdictions, you know, international, they're allowed to do it and knows what it would create. So that's frustrating.
I agree with that. And I also heard some comments that I think it's inevitable that someday that'll happen, but that will also make that emphasis to have that event. You gotta even be better to get people to show up at your place. So if they don't have to do that, so that's part of the challenge. I think the other challenge that you all are familiar with, opening day, this will be service before, can't get food, can't get a drink, can't make a bet. Kentucky Derby Day, same thing. How do you step up and handle that day when it's a surge on all of your tracks, and yet that's an experience that people have at that track, especially on open day. You know, that sets a tone, and then the big days that are coming, you know, if you're not capable of handling that surge, you get a bad experience. So, you know, I'm sure everybody's aware of that, and that's a challenge that we all have, is how do we handle that surge for that super big event? Because it won't be business as usual that day. That's the challenge. I haven't answered on
What do you think based on?
We had a lot of involvement in the state of New Jersey, where it's legal now, but it's been somewhat local there. I think Big Spots has a place. There's, certainly with sports betting gaining popularity and a different type of audience gravitating to that. I think there's opportunity, but the economics of it are much different than so there's trade-offs there. And I think it's worth investigating. Silver Bullet, AW, would certainly be would be helpful because we can turn it down if we have the opportunity to have it here. But I don't think that's going to change eventually the overall fortunes, the racing business. It's convenience, and again, it is happening in the state. I think everybody knows. Probably everybody here has an account with somebody. They just can't bet on the racing. We're not getting any of that revenues. So there's some opportunity to capture that. But Big Side's definitely, I think what will be happening, I think it's going to be a slower rollout nationwide. Everybody wants to kind of see somebody else be the first one to do it and see what the impacts are. But it'll probably start gaining momentum. But I don't think it's going to necessarily transform the business or upside down. It would be a nice, nice opportunity and add-on to the existing business. Our people still has some advantages too, but Big Side definitely will be on the rise. Thank you. Commissioner Sanchez, fixed odds, I think is one of it's kind of a spoke in the wheel, to Chris's point, but I think for horse racing and pool liquidity for smaller schools, I think it's huge that people can bet thousands of dollars and the odds won't change. So I think this is something that could grow the pie even more. I know one of the biggest negatives is the smaller pools, the person can only bet $100 and you can make it a favorite, or $200, and now you can bet thousands of dollars. I think this will open it up to a lot of high rollers. I think it will open it up to a lot of sports people to bet sports, and you could put a horse in a parlay with the Dallas Cowboys. And I think we can attract new fans. Well, I'm not a Cowboy fan, just put it out, win over the top. I think fixed odds is something to definitely consider and look at. I think horse racing's done a poor job of embracing technology, and I would look at the NFL I follow the history of horse racing, and the NFL, horse racing used to be the most popular sport, and TV came along and they said, we'd like to put horse racing on TV. And the track operators in their wisdom said, no, we don't want to be on TV because we'll affect our on track. This was, the 50s. In the NFL, we want to be on TV, and that's what the NFL became. But I think fixed odds, mobile wagering, embracing technology is huge for the future of horse racing and future neglected technology generation after generation after generation. We're so behind on the technology of horse racing. I think the fixed odds is something that we should jump into and look at it. I think Fair Mutual still has a place with exactive, trifecta, superfecta, but one of the biggest complaints we get at the racetrack from gamblers is the odds change of a horse going in the gate. Say they've got a horse that's 12-1 and it goes off at 4-1, and you explain it. It never seems to happen the other way where they bet it and the odds go up. So that would alleviate that at fixed odds, because what you bet danger at 3-1. Commissioner Smith, you could bet as much money as you want at 3-1. That doesn't sound so bad, does it? But I think that's when you start thinking about that, we could attract to the middle. And we've lost the high-end gamblers. They've died off. We haven't replaced them with younger people. So this might be a little way of rejuvenating the pool. So I'm a big proponent of fixed odds.
Everyone carries their computer with them. Sorry. It's the easy thing to do. Don. Yeah, we're feeling it affects you. Wagering. Let's pull these numbers. Yesterday, our total simulcast handle in 2005 was just over 39 million. 2022, just over 50. So a 60% drop. And a lot of it is right here. People betting off the phone. Yeah, right. They really people with that goes to the legislatures. I mean, that's only when we change that. But I did the legislature. I don't think it's part of the 80% of every gambling. It's fair mutual. Is it fair mutual? Is it?
It is, but I think the issue, any expansion of gaming, even though it's so power mutual, I think the internet portion of it, raises a lot of concerns from the Indian side. And, obviously, the industry has to go on the same page. I think at least for BW and fixed odds probably would be the case, but the Indians are obviously a formidable entity and dealing with legislators, things like that. So at some point in time, you're going to run into them. If they're not on board, that makes it a big task.
They'll challenge it. I'll be what it is. Well, anything they consider expansion, they're going to vote. Yeah, they'll challenge it because everyone has their own opinion on expansion. So it's one problem.
Just answer my question.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay, well, we're going to take a 10-minute break here. Okay.
Glad you're here. It's kind of we have. Hello, she's good luck. She's good luck. I have it. He is the I'll do it. For you. A long time. And where were you before? How was that? So all the whole time Raul? Lemuel? Love that dude. Right? I love that dude. I was in the legislature a long time ago when he was like in full bloom, and it was so much fun working with that guy because he just was always just, he got that. Loved him.
What's he doing?
I guess he's retired.
Really?
So, it's deputy, DA took over, Barbara Rose.
Oh, yeah. This looks like it's kind of fun, huh?
It's,
There's a lot going on that I can't understand.
it's still learning.
Okay.
Every day is something.
Yeah.
Something new.
Yeah, for sure. The meetings go for a long time.
Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah. See what happens. Nice to meet you.
Thanks.
Yeah, wait. Barely. How are you?
So I don't think I'm that smart. All this IT stuff. So it's only Oh, I am so surprised. And I think he's gonna get this terrible money to me not see our kids. So I knew this they have a huge military there's three.
Oh, no, okay. You're fine.
Yes, I'm afraid to mess with it.
Yeah.
What was that? Oh, I know.
I told them okay, I said, I promise I won't steal your hand. No, it's still in the record.
Okay, let's, we need to speed it up a little bit here. We're going way behind. So, I'm going to ask you to come a little shorter. We need to move on here. We have a lot of ground to cover. So we're going to move on to the weaknesses, okay? We're going to number of racing officials, stewards, going forward. Non-racing officials. That was perfect.
Yeah, that's what me, it's what I call it. Yeah, I haven't shown a lot of stories that this year. And it's a page. What's the problem with stores in our state? Because I need to address that.
Yeah, Commissioner Sanchez, fellow commissioners, it has been a struggle. Last year was a struggle. We had a struggle, bad luck. Obviously, one issue that was addressed with 2020 was overlap. Because with the overlap, we hired 2 stewards. Without overlap, it means 3 stewards. We used the rules and laws. We used substitute stewards throughout the year last year. We thought we utilize a virtual steward rule that we implemented last year as well, because we knew going in that we were going to be short. So it's tough to recruit. We've since increased the pay of the stewards. It's not quite at the national level, but it's getting very close. But there's an incentive for paying for their hotels at the different racetracks. Because if you look at it this way, guy comes in from Michigan, and he had a mortgage to pay in Michigan, and then he comes here and works and has to pay the high rents in Hobbs, New Mexico, or Farmington, New Mexico, where rents are really high, or Redosta. He's not going to make any money. They're not going to be fun. So, we've been very aware of the shortage of stewards around the country, especially during the summertime when several race meets are running. So, we addressed it, and we increased the pay, and we are adding incentives to help them come here and make things easier on them when they work for us. Basically, we're taking care of them. What we're doing. I think that's something we should all look at in dealing with racing officials. Whether for DM, I know Colonial Downs, they pay $500 a week for each employee, so that's living money and eating money. I know that probably not be popular with the racetrack, but you know, you're in a competitive market for employees. You should realize that. We've addressed it, but we
It might be listed as priority for us to study, but I don't think we do. All that I come up and steward up there.
but really, well,
That was, well, I can say it was a weakness, I'm more of a concern.
Yeah.
I would say that concern applies to D crew, Arthur, all that too. And so, you all want to encourage you all to take a look at your own operation. I agree it applies to racing, the racing commission, but it also applies to the tracks and your
Most of them use the same acres and playing.
but not everybody. Not everybody. And
racing.
yeah, and that numbers. Not, when I say not everybody, not the whole crew goes from one place to the other. It's not to go through there. And so, you know, don't look at our. Any other comment?
Widespread views of owners and trainers paper licensing. And it says here that they have no idea who is legitimate.
Yeah, they don't really, and I don't have an answer for it. If somebody does, I'd like to hear it. Is this paper training? You know, we just actually have no idea who's owner, who's a legitimate owner, and who's going to make the report. We've got to get this under control. I don't have the answer. Maybe somebody in this room does. But I think all of us, every track battles this. Correct me if I'm wrong, if they don't have the issue with their facility. It seems we battle who's the legitimate trainer, who's the legitimate owner of the sport. Very understandable. That's no time for it. And I think this is a definite.
yeah, there, Mr. Penn, Judge, Mr. Duncan, this is a big problem, code of the work that we all know. This commission's taken upon themselves to create a trainer's test that's very, very difficult. There's a lot of guys like Johnny said, they're not just horse guys, they're match race guys. They think they know what racing is all about. They don't know the rules. They create quite a bit of a problem for the industry and the commission itself. So we've taken some measures. One, newcomers are getting questioned pretty hard by the stewards. We have stewards now that have been around racing their entire lives. So they ask certain questions, questions. These guys can't answer them appropriately. The red flag will be red. Then again, after that process, if they do get by that process, they got to pass the very stringent trainer's test, which not too many guys pass anymore because they don't know the rules. The whole test is based upon the rules of New Mexico racing. I think that's a significant problem in New Mexico. Our people don't know the rules, but they're playing the games. And I think that's why we have a lot of rules, a lot of blind. So we're trying to do the best. One thing that's a little touchy subject right now that I think will exploit paper trainers is that the racetracks or the commission requires workman's comp. I don't know that paper trainers are going to want to pay that overhead that workman's comp can cost them, but I think that would be a mechanism to exploit paper trainers that do require workman's comp.
This is, I think it goes back to a lot of, we're talking about the history and the culture. A lot of people just don't feel that this is a, big deal or this is kind of an accepted practice that happens. Everybody says, oh, yeah, this person's a paper trainer, but nothing's done about it. I agree 1,000%. This is a major issue. I think the problem is really, just like we're talking about, personnel and having enough people, it's just something you really kind of have to do a lot of legwork on to get to the bottom of everything. And quite honestly, we don't have all the resources. The commission obviously doesn't have all the resources. So, this is able to perpetuate itself mainly because there's just not enough time in the day, to be honest, to track all this stuff down. And, if you really want to do it the right way, you can try and do in some ways, but it's an ongoing chase. And when I use the term whack-a-mole before, but that's exactly what it is. You're going one person after another. So I think everybody's culpable in this one. It starts with people who own the horses, people who train horses, and they gotta take some responsibility on it. And the tracks and commission take some responsibility as well. They know something to say about it.
Mr. Chairman, we're trying to read those down. We're working with the Encompass, and we're going to need the support of this commission to have direct deposit for the owners. And it goes back to the Al Capone theory, follow the money. So we've got direct deposits, and that's mandatory that you have to direct deposit. And some things will change. I mean, we've even went to the extent we identify horses in a paddock. We started at Summer Park. We were identifying the trainers that were coming with the horses. And that first day, when we catch Dustin by 12, it was the first day.
It was pretty high.
It was.
We were in the paddock, and I complained to Rick that I looked at the program, and for quarter horse race, apparently knew one of the trainers. Well, Rick said, let's do something about it. And with security, we checked licenses, and most of the trainers weren't saddling their horse. Some other guy, a brother, a cousin, he said it was okay. So we turned him into the steward. And I know this year, they're actually have forms where they're recording and saddling the horse. So I think that's another step as well. Paper training, and the new phenomenon is the owner paper trainer. So I brought up the direct deposit part as well. What kind of opened my eyes about that is the amount of money we SG to the state of unclaimed money, and trainers calling me saying, can you reissue checks? And I get paid direct deposit. Most people get paid, their money goes direct deposit. What's so different about horse race? So I think that definitely will stop a lot of paper training. The money goes into these accounts. So that's making it hard.
How many of you ever won the group? Anything else? Okay, let's move on to performance standards. Not enforced due to shortage of horses.
Yeah, that was mine. That's since we get such a shortage of thoroughbreds, I looked at four horse that ran in dead last by 27 races, last 3 races in a row. And because we have, need all thoroughbreds we get, we're not enforcing our poor performance standards. So it's not good to have these horses separated by 30 lengths, especially if one horse is consistent with the back 30 lengths. We need to look at our poor performance standard and weed out these horses that deliver and can't run. And I know we need them, but we need to weed out these horses that can't perform. And I think that's
and we don't want our veterinary horses going down. We heard a jockey this last weekend, and that's not good. And they don't need to keep the horses week after week after week. And the jockey in pretty bad shape. What happened on Sunday? That's gotta get mindful of that as well. Because we have watchdog, watching.
Anything else? Okay, let's back up reading the quality thoroughbreds. Let's see, read also.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, appreciate it. We all know, and we've had this conversation with the Breeders Association, that the overnight product is the core of the industry, not just here, but from the East Coast to the West Coast. And that's the worst big time is, and I've used this theory, and I've called it the dot, and Mr. Smith just alluded to it, that we run the wheels off of them, that we leave them in the ditch. And we've got to stop doing that. We've got to figure out something with the breeding program and how we can entice more thoroughbred breeders to this state and get them involved with the horse racing product. We don't have a middle. We got a bottom and a top. That's about all we have. We created a program, a text program at Riosa last summer, where we had notified these trainers of the categories that we needed to fill races. It helped a little bit, but it didn't do exactly what we wanted it to do. On the quarter side, it brought a lot of trainers' attention, but we got to have the attention of the entire industry on this problem that we've got that's continuing to get worse.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. The lack of quality also affects our ability to sell our signal. And that gap is widening between what we could sell our signal for and what we get charged for other jurisdictions. So that just goes back to the whole horse racing model of losing money continually with more money. And any business that loses money, it makes it very hard to attract investment in a business that loses money. So that's just another issue that we're facing, is that for Summer Park, we may get 3 or 4% for our signal, but then we're trying to bring in another jurisdiction like California, we may get charged 7 or 8%. So it's just the economics of horse racing that just get harder and harder to try to make money on horse racing. We continue to lose more and more.
So we get less for our signal because of the quality of the horse.
Well, I beg to differ. There's probably there are other factors, but there's other factors involved in that too. And I think the fact that, again, there's how many traction. I'm sure your simulcast schedule is better on 10 days when you're in 100 tracks when the saturation there. It makes a difference. And, they're going to pick up the simulcast better than they want you to track. And that has to be quality, timing, when is it, wheel size and all that. Some of the biggest tracks, the biggest simulcasts have the short fields too. And I've seen, you guys have all seen it, right? You've experienced it. You've had races with 6 horses. So it's not the only factor. It's not. There are many factors.
Well, if they have support, it's good feeling. That's the best animal in the race, even with good food.
Maybe right, but go with short field. Yeah, but the herd size is not the only factor. Or quality. Well, the average person, I don't really doesn't have much of a handle on the quality. Gamblers was, and the real gamblers do, but most people, a significant number of people that show up at the racetrack are just there for entertainment. They're not gamblers per se. That's $5, $10, whatever it is, $2, and they don't know. It's in Horsfield, it's a lot harder to win than 6 Horsfield, and that be patient. But there's a different role to it. Yeah, that's true.
Is it? Yeah, Commissioner Sanchez, members of the commission. Just one thing, you hear a lot about product here in New Mexico. We've got to increase and enhance the product. This is a product customers are going to decide to wager on or not wager on. You have a plethora of racetracks to pick from any given day, more on Saturdays and Sundays, less during the week. But just put in perspective, and I'm not knocking the park, the closing day over there with 10 races, they handled about $600 and some $1,000. Turn Paradise right next door in Arizona with very mediocre horses. They had 1.8 million with only 8 races that day. That's a $1.2 million difference. They're tracking us. I don't know what we're doing. I don't know why they would bet our horse, but
I'm going to assume it's a product quality of the raises that we have on any given day here in New Mexico. But and I monitor Turf Paradise feeds versus Zia Park throughout the season, and they just kick our butts. We'll see how it goes to Southern Park to see if there's any changes. But that's an eye opener to the guy who tracks numbers like myself. It surprised me nuts that Turf Paradise continues to handle us with only 8 raises a day. Very mediocre horses over there. We run for better personally here. We need to attract horses here to build a product. That's what we'll have to do for all our awards. And we have to, I disrespect we've got to build a product. I think that's a key value that all of us staying in the industry in the future.
Chris, everything there? I mean, we try to spend all day. I mean, it's only layered. There's no quick solution for it. Yes, I'm not a breeder, so I can't. Doesn't have high expertise on that, but it's a chicken and egg. So, we certainly need more horses, which obviously need to be agreed for, but also, in the economics and the other issues involved. So, this is multi-layered. It's to Izzy's point, Turf Paradise has a brand, and that carries whether you like it or not. People resonate with that. New Mexico doesn't, necessarily have a great brand. Doesn't have, let's say from a reputational point of view, it doesn't. People aren't as familiar with New Mexico. So, it all is cumulative, versus field size, brand, positioning, all those things, reputation, all those in play in terms of, the value of your signal and the value of your product. And it doesn't happen overnight. It's a constant building process and a constant refinement process. It's with everything here. If somebody has the silver bullet, please share. Give it to me because there is
changes that the major make isn't going to instantly fix it. It's going to take a couple of years. We're willing to make some changes, but to get better mares, it's still going to take a couple of years to get those horses to the track. So it's not overnight remedy, but we need to address it now so we don't go just as you go west. I don't know what the figure is, but most jurisdictions, like 8% of their purchase money comes from other industries. It doesn't come from their product, comes from other industries. That's a bad scenario. And how long is that going to be out there?
I agree. I think that gives a disincentive that you don't want to invest in your product or make your product better, because at the end of the day, the money you're running for isn't being based on the results of your product. And again, that's not just a New Mexico issue. That's many jurisdictions from that standpoint. So, hopefully the industry is right sizing itself in terms of breeding, and it has gone down. It's gone down nationally. You get to a point where maybe it is right sized and you can grow from there, or there's equilibrium. The amount of horses available and owners. I think somebody mentioned, you don't necessarily have a horse product, you have an owner product. But, you need more owners in the business, you need more people participating in the business. And again, that's one component of many to make the business grow. Not one group. The breeders aren't going to solve the issue. The tracks aren't going to solve the issue. Horses aren't going to solve the issue. Officials aren't going to solve the issue. Everybody's going to have to solve the issue. They always have the hearts.
Quarter horse industry was what their home was. They not denominated it. And the railroad, and they doesn't really want to do that. But they did at the breeders' cup. When we were running for $2 million, the Kentucky Derby was $600,000. But they saw that and covered, and T.O. Jones were on the Jockey Club board, And they took it to the Breeders' Cup, and that's how they got the Breeders' Cup, so the nomination. And I think before that in this, they need to look at that and start, then we need to raise our nomination fees for the charities and the derby, and that will bring better horses. Well, I'll bring better mares to be bred to their sleds here.
It's a combination of many things.
It is.
Real quick, Commissioner Sanchez, Tom Gottschalk, New Mexico Horse Breeders. I was asked, I think in this topic, I was asked to address the question or dilemma that we've also had some big trainers with, and thoroughbred trainers primarily. I think that we submitted some comments from these trainers that did leave the state, where there are reasons why they didn't. They become pretty prominent guys with big state. And the common theme amongst these three was that they received better treatment and more opportunities to the area that they eventually departed. So that's an issue as well. It's an all-encompassing on us to do a better job for the entire, for all the stakeholders. There's one of the things that, and I don't mean to flog this issue, but one of the things that struck me was they felt welcome where they ended up, like Prairie Meadows, where they don't feel that. Where the facts don't welcome. Yes.
I think that's true, and I would say new day of Ruidoso, but for the last 15 years, 20 years, I heard people they didn't go there because they got treated like they really weren't wanted there. They couldn't get stables, they couldn't get this, they couldn't get that, so they just got in the habit of not going. And I think it takes, and I think you're on track to make some changes there, but historically, they just didn't go there. And, they didn't start going there one day because, and it was part of that same old deal, whether it's, other tracks, you see them paying the incentive fees for, bringing their horses there and all that. And what we were forced to do, what did we do? We charged the starter fee, integrity fee, call it whatever you want. That's what we did, and that didn't really settle well with a lot of people. It's not that they didn't feel welcome, and not just Ruidoso, but I was familiar with trainers that never went there. And why didn't you go there? Why didn't you go there?
No, there exists some tension, and it's not pointing finger all the tracks. There does exist some tension, and people being honest between trainers and certain trackmen. When they have an issue with backside conditions, for example, they're met with hospital response and how to deal with those problems. And the trainers that have a wherewithal and ability to throw their hands with it's on all.
And then the tracks have and need to develop a communication process with the backside. I was amazed how many things were backside problem. I'm saying, well, why don't you just go and tell whichever the track person is looking from? So that needs to be the focus that nobody should ever show up on weaknesses, and we should be able to address that. Now, crazy complaints and ridiculous things, we have to deal with those too, but I think each track, and some do a better job than others, needs to establish that communication process with the backside so that they can be aware of issues that come up or not come up, or it's not really an issue or whatever. People shouldn't come to the commission first go around. They should go to the track management to deal with those issues, and they will if they get fixed and addressed. And I think for the most part they do. It continues to show up as an issue.
We as commissioners get hundreds of calls from so many people, and some of the calls I look at as there ain't no way that this is happening. It's crazy. So they're, most of them I bring up to Izzy because before I'll call the track. So, but there's a lot of people get treated pretty bad. And especially these trainers that are hauling in and stuff, because they didn't get stalls, so they're hauling in and so on and so forth. And or they just train one or two horses, and well, there's no hauling barn draw pool or this or that or whatever. We'll find some other place to stay and then bring them back home or whatever. That's kind of sad. But you see 200 stalls and I can see cleaning the stalls and all the stuff. If a person comes in and they get it, they clean it, and when they leave it, it's in pristine shape, the way it's supposed to be. I don't see why they can't use those things, but do the best they can there. But I've got so many polls and stuff like that.
Commissioner Sanchez, our general manager, want to make a comment?
Yeah, go ahead. But I wanted to respond or ask a question in response to one of the comments the commissioner said. You had commented that for horse racing as nationwide, the economic engine that funds it is like 80% outside of not horse racing, right? It's something else that funds that, like a casino. And someone mentioned here earlier that 90% or something of New Mexico's is funded by the casino. It seems like if that's the economic engine that does in fact drive it here, whether it should or not, it does. If that's true nationwide, it seems like one of the things that the breeders and the owners and the tracks could make a concerted effort doing. And I realize that there's Native American interest in this as well, but getting together and trying to have gaming in the state that is a lot more open, a lot more unbridled than it currently is. And so let's take the engine that we do have and make it bigger, have it fund more opportunities. Because if we make this darn thing more economically viable, we will attract investment if we can make more money doing it. And so the problem, from my perspective, when I'm new to horse racing, is that it's really hard to attract investment to a thing that has a negative return.
Well, I guess the comment, when you're thinking of the business, it's not just the racing business. And those of us that would like racing to be self-sufficient, it's not going to happen.
But that's not the reality.
But you need the casino business needs to think of racing business as a central part of that. And vice versa. The biggest thing you can do to make a race person is increase your casino business.
And so we're all in that soup together. We're partners in that, right? And so if we increase the casino business, the 20% owner is the first one, right? And that all goes up. Right? Exactly. It does. So that's why I'm saying that it seems like if everybody got together and supported some changes in legislation that took the handcuffs off of the gaming side that is the engine, you fuel that thing, you solve a lot of problems by having something that's economically viable.
We're talking about expansion of gaming and
understood.
And the compact is about that.
But it seems like if everybody's on the same page, then an expansion of gaming does in fact help the organized community, which it very directly does. That's one of the things we can focus on. And I realize that the Indians have an interest in that, but we have an interest in it too. Because if we expand gaming, that's great for horse racing. Fantastic.
It frustrates me when most think of racing as an expense rather than a simple item to have a casino.
Understood. But from a business guy's perspective, is I've got to attract investment. So I've got to, and I come to you and say, I've got an investment for you. Just on the horse track side, I can give me $1, and I'll give a net loss of 20 cents every year for you.
Not to prolong the conversation, but as a business guy, you would come to me and say, "Hey, I got a casino."
Understood. They know that's what you're saying.
Hey, I've got a racetrack.
They don't know it doesn't mean
just have a casino, but they don't have a racetrack.
Well, we understood.
But resources at the racetrack.
I can attract the investment in the casino.
everyone, but that's what I'm saying is that it's hard to attract investment. We're crazy, isn't attracting investment. Because you know the are. And the two of us, we're symbiotic. And if we could attract investment in the casino, which we can by expanding it, we're wins.
But there's a gaming compact right away.
No, understood.
I mean,
But if everybody in this room is together on the same page, we can make a much bigger difference legislatively than we can if we're not cooperative.
The gaming compact, I think you need to get more familiar with the gaming compact, because that is a dead end right there.
I understand, but I believe that if we band together, we can make a difference and work with the Indians to try to find a win for them. And I think there are for them, because we're in their way with respect to the things that they want to do as well.
I think Rick Bob tried this a couple of years ago with and all this stuff.
Yeah, but it's still the engine that fuels us.
Exactly what you're talking
It
about.
is the engine that fuels us. We haven't done anything for 20 years to attract more investment in.
I remember Rick tried that with the tables and all this stuff and try to get the Indians involved in the whole thing. And all, they shut that down and I mean, it really without a doubt. I mean, I don't disagree here. Tried that. I don't disagree with you both.
But our economic reality is that is the engine, and that's the thing that grows all of us.
And the rich business is
Understood. And so, but the economic engine needs to attract more investment. We've got to give it a reason, because right now we're talking about things that don't attract investment, right? And everybody would benefit from attracting more investment. And if it's not viable as an investment on the horse racing side, it certainly is as an opportunity on the gaming side, and that's a win for everybody.
You know what I suggest this summer you make a couple of trips to Riddles, and they know about the compact, and they know how to, and see what they've done to increase their revenue. I mean, they turned it into a showplace. I mean, they've turned this thing into a money machine. Without the, and the horsemen don't get part of that. So they're creating crowds with different entertainment venues and different things.
Right, and we're looking at all the numbers.
And you need to go up there and look what they've done. It's really what they're doing now is going to be their revenue is what it was before Mr. Paul and Mr. Eaton got there, and what it was unbelievable.
We as New Mexico are probably the most restricted state on gaming.
Yeah.
And that means that there is opportunity there. And I understand that there's a compact in there. But I don't know that the Native American Indians can't get a win too if we have discussions with them to find things that would be attractive to them. I'm certain that there must be for most of the tribes. So I understand that they hate, I don't think that it will be fun if we do it together.
We have no chances.
Yeah, amen.
Let's move on. We discussed thoroughbred sales and stuff. There's a trainer accountability. Let's go to Riddles. Woo!
That would be great. You know, and when you go to the barn area in the mornings and then see what you need in the barn area, you want to address the issue with the trainer, they're not there, and they haven't been, and then you find them. But it's the old school of training. This is the only way I know. They don't come in it. We have to remind them constantly. We've got to get these trainers to understand that there is accountable, number one, first and foremost, back to their owners. Their owners have got to find the proper trainers to take the best quality care of their horses and not let some Joe Blow take those horses to paddock. And then when they get down to the gates, we have to lose thousands of cars for not taking care of the product. We're working on a program right now that, and I'm code-naming this as cattle training. What I want to do is hire a person to do this
7 days out. So that owner is notified of what races are coming up, that his horses that he owns, that they fit. So we hear the stories from owners that come to us and say, I need this race and this race for my horse. And we go back and say, well, we ran it last week. And then we hear, how come my trainer didn't enter? I don't know.
I've heard that so many times.
We've had that happen. And it's like I told Dustin, that that's what all of us at this table complain about all the time. Is the trainers not getting up there and entering the horses.
You do a program for that?
We're working on that. It'll be in conjunction with our text, but we're also going to collect email data where we can email out and text out to these owners. And I know, I think everybody else knows, that when you look at a 6-horse field versus a 7-horse field, you get about 21% increase annually. You go from a 6 to an 8, jump about 17% that. So to do this, to draw accountability on these trainers and taking care, and I don't want to go out on anybody's shit road at all. But we see some things on the backside that are despicable and what some of these horses are taking care of. So, code name Tattletales.
You have a Z under there also. I agree with all of Rick's comments. I mean, again, everybody should be accountable, whether trainers, racetracks, everybody. I do think that Paul could common refrain is there's not enough opportunities or my voice that I think that's a little bit overstated. I think there's plenty of opportunity that in problem is everyone's looking for perfect opportunity that doesn't exist from that standpoint. And again, there's only so many conditions that can or should write. You write a condition for every horse, and you're going to have a one horse field. So there's give and take there. But just accountability in general, we went back, in terms of the training, things like that. The owners have accountability as well. Everybody has their job to do the best they can and do it the right way. Not just, again, the culture of we've always done it this way, or, this may not be necessarily legal, but hey, it's okay. We've been doing this all this time, and in Mexico, that type of stuff has to stop. And it's hard to break those type of habits. And again, it's not just trainers, not just owners. It's the racetracks are in the same boat too. We have that sometimes caught up in that matter of thinking as well. So everybody's accountable.
Hi, Ethan Leonard. The other thing we noticed this year is I think we've only arrested 20 people in the backside. And that goes back to we're held accountable as racetracks as we are allowed to hire. And then we end up getting 10 unlicensed people in the backside. We arrest them, and the police come and arrest them, we remove them from the grounds. They come back 2 days later and trainers again. I think what I'd like to see when we talk about workers' comp and various other things, but as regulated industry, whether it's gaming, racing, food and beverage, you go to any of my restaurants, there's permits and permitted as a concession. I don't know if you maybe I've got workers' comp for all my employees. I'd love to be able to go to the bar and with a checklist that says, here's the workers' comp for the 8 people, here's the checklist of the 8 people who are on here, they're all licensed, they're all covered under the workers. Biggest thing we have to take up the industry as a whole is protect the barn area, protect industry, and protect the people that are working there. Again, we hear a lot of times that they can't get employees. But a lot of times, if we're paying them $5 an hour to work in the barn area, we're not going to get employees. But as we try to grow the business, take care of the people who work there, we also want to know that the people there aren't causing problems to the backside and make sure that they're licensed with the racing commission. And then again, if you go to my casino, there's 15 panels on the side that goes all the rules of regulation. It's followed. You go into every restaurant, look at my liquor permit, my food permit, all those things. I think as an industry, we might have to get to a point of where we say, when I walk down the schedule of a barn, who is in this barn? Who's ultimately in control of this barn? Where is the paperwork for this barn? And the people who are assigned to that individual. It goes back to the paper trail of when if we escort somebody from the barn, like I work with that trainer, Chris, I don't know who it is. Like, how do we connect the dots back to ultimately the accountability of you have an unlicensed person in here, you should be held accountable for that unlicensed person. And we end up cleaning up for that. I think if we plan appropriately going into the future meetings, is there a way to clean that up, whether it's documentation of racing office, some sort of permit process on the barns. I think if we give them rules to comply with, it might help them as trainers and people in the barn to help comply with what we're asking. Again, it's like telling an employee you didn't meet their goal without ever actually giving them the goal. We set the standards and ask them to comply with that, so maybe a way to set some more accountability standards in the barns. That's the point of the side.
Okay, let's move on to short fields.
Sorry.
Short fields.
You know, I think it's an accumulation of everything that we discussed earlier. So, in the sake of time, I mean, that's apparent to everyone that, you know, we've got to address henceforth tattletale, accountability, product, quality of product, and person. It's personal, as we all know. It's not overlapping.
Let's move on to too many race days. Yes.
I say I just touched on that one as well.
Okay, and continual erosion of race dates. That's also.
I'm sorry.
Continual erosion of race dates. That's the fourth reason. Opportunity driving some trainers out of the day, out of the business.
Yeah, I think we touched on this earlier with particular transit length of stay. It's a common thing. And I think when we talk about race days, we also need to talk about races. So it doesn't necessarily have to mean an extra day of racing if we add more races for that particular race. That's what we hear all the time. You know, one thing that came up and through the previous commission meeting was that the requirement of running so many restricted free races per day was crowding out the over, which I'm not sure is quite true, but that could be addressed by having race on those particular race days to give a little bit more opportunities to run. And I think maybe honestly, you addressed this earlier, but Mary has some statistics of a handout that she did a deep dive, and I'm not going to keep everybody here by going line by line on all this stuff. When it comes to fields, New Mexico red favors New Mexico red restricted New Mexico red races. They're extremely well compared to national numbers. And Mary cited 500 states that we do comparisons to.
Yes.
So that's sort of a red herring in my view. And I think the statistics back it up. But the constant reframing here, and I know you guys can do it, is the lack of race. We're taking slow weekends. A lot of people too far. Where we've gone from what we were to the present day of 180 days. So I'm just sharing everybody here that that is a very common refrain, and that's where other trainers are looking at those are. We have anecdotal evidence that.
Yep. Okay, New Mexico breeders stricter rule.
We've touched on this already, and I think when you look around and you see what's happening with the reality program that's going on within the horse industry, and you see what's going on with the ruby buckle and the pink buckle and had a conversation with Denny Gentry maybe 2 weeks ago. He went from like 300 up to 6,000 nominations within its open period just a few weeks ago. I think Denny's on to something. I think it would be a good idea that some of the breeders have a conversation with Denny, possibly. And they're even starting this within the team roping industry. So the stallions and the mares are getting recognized with the team roping industry. Mr. Trotter and I were talking a few weeks ago, and back in just not that long ago, we go get $5,000-6,000 for a good team roping course. You can't do that today because the programs that have been started and the mares and the stallions being recognized all across the country. I think there's models out there that we can look at, and there again, take our blinders off. I'm not saying I have the answer. I don't.
You're talking about Denny Gentry.
Denny Gentry.
Oh, he's done several deals over the years, and
He's got the well, it's really come out. I'll refer back to the people who there's people in the room here that are involved in that right now.
yeah.
It's a big deal. Yeah, you know, I think we can all look back, and it's been, I don't know, 10, 12 years ago, maybe even longer, that the Dash to Fames, they were getting bought up left and right for barrel horses. Now there's numerous others. And those people, it's a quarter horse racing stallion that's receiving awards from the Barrel Racing Association. There's things that we can look at, change.
Well, like Danny definitely goes outside of the box, without a doubt. I served with him on the National State Fair Commission for sure. Good. Okay, let's move on to declining on fat cattle. It's on Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. I spoke on this a little earlier. It's just the economic model of horse racing. I don't want to get too political in here. I know we have some legislatures in here, but they're talking about raising the minimum wage to the highest in the country to $16 in 2024. So we know the cost of everything's going to go up, labor is going to go up, and the economic model of horse racing is so labor intensive that you can't automate the gate crew. You can't automate some of these positions, and just HISA on top of it, the future of horse racing of losing more and more and more money. So that's why I put that in there. I think that's something we should talk about as an industry. And on the thoroughbred side, look at the HISA requirements of all the oversight, all the veterinarians you have to hire, the mandatory necropsy. I was at the symposium and they suggested we have a cool trailer for hauling horses. And they told me that's just a one-time cost. I'm like, oh, great, thanks. So it just boggles your mind of all the regulation that's going to be on the thoroughbred side and is on the thoroughbred side. And we have a couple of years to get there. At Sunland Park, we're a little farther along than some of the other tracks, but when I'm sitting down with my bosses and we're talking what we potentially can lose, it's not a very pretty picture on the thoroughbred side. So that's the economic model that we need to talk about, is ways to pay for HISA meetings, the oversight, and how do we fix some of these things. And it's something we need to talk about as an industry. And getting back to the where we talked about trainers leaving the state, I went out and tried to recruit open horsemen, and they would always, I think we're running quarter horse and thoroughbreds. We have to really look at running straight meets as an industry and what we do well and try to capitalize on that. So the economic model of horse racing and what's happening in the state of New Mexico with the rising minimum wage of, security guards, housekeepers, the cost of everything going up to the horsemen and feed and hay. The only way to pay for it is so my boss's point is growing the pie and getting purses up. And if the engine is the casino, we need to look at ways of maybe getting the purses to double in the next few years. And we have to make it attractive to investment, as he said. We have to make it attractive. The two things we should be able to agree on in this room is we need more gamblers and we need more owners of horses. And I think those are some issues that we need to look at as an industry. And like everyone said on this panel, there's no silver bullet, but I think there's some things we have some common ground and work on.
And this raising of minimum wage to be a cause of inflation like we would not believe in. And that they take all the incentive from people doing better on their own. The way that you want to give them everything and improve that right away without them hurting. And I don't know. It's just different. Not the summary. I've been on cyber wagering.
Right, I hate to get into this now, so, Mr. Chairman, as far as I'm concerned, what's happening out there is horse racing is still very, very popular, and it still generates millions of dollars in handle. The problem to me is what's happened is the brick and mortar has lost its cachet, and everything now, that money that used to come straight to brick and mortar is now going out into cyberspace through the ADWs. And as you know, we're at a great disadvantage to what an ADW has to pay to operate as opposed to us. And I just wish that there was some way that we could change, as Dustin would say, the economic model of what happens when we bring in the simulcast wager, as opposed to what, let's say, Inspires or Bet America or TBG does. That was probably what I was thinking in my thoughts there. It's we do simulcast wagering for us, and it's much like what's happening to the mall stores, the JC Penney's, the Dillard's, things like that. It's just much more convenient to stay at home and make an order on Amazon and get your that way. I think that's simultaneously what's happening to us. It's just much more comfortable to stay at home in your underwear and make your wagers on your computer and keep them to the rate time. So I think I would really love to hear some responses maybe from other gamblers or from other stakeholders as to how they think we could maybe change the dynamic as far as simulcast wagering for us, so that we can compete a little better with ADWs. I wish I had the answer. I was working on my own.
Okay, it looks like we had a virtual relationships among various stakeholders. And that is Sunray, Zia, and
Mr. Sanchez, I get along with everybody in this room. Mr. Sanchez, we all have to come together as an industry because we know there's outside forces that don't want to see horse racing succeed. And to the points that were made earlier, we can all do a better job of our relationships in the barn area. I've told off about everybody in the state, and they've told me often about everybody. We always talk. I have a good relationship with our committees. And I think it's just keeping that line of communication open. I would prefer that when horsemen have a problem in the barn area, they fill out a work order and they call me before a meeting and not call the commission so we can handle it.
And I think it's just keeping that line of communication open between all parties. And like I've said in the past, we're all on the same side. It doesn't seem like it, but we are all on the same side. So I'll yield my time to Chris.
Again, this is not unlike other jurisdictions. And again, in the end, the tracks, the horsemen, the breeders, they have different interests, different and goals. Obviously, we're all in the same industry, but we have different ways of, how what we measure success in. There's going to be contentiousness because of those. We're going to have differences of opinions. We're going to have issues that we're not necessarily on the same page. There are several that obviously we should be on the same page on. Sometimes it's personality driven. I'm not going to debate that in certain situations. It's easy to, we can all do a better job. That's the easiest thing to be said. Sometimes that's harder to do than saying it.
Dustin and Chris must have been looking at my notes. I got a pretty better job of covering it well. And in the before time, it used to be so easy. The relationship between track, horsemen, regulators was much different. I think as a track, we were just expected in 30, 40 years ago to just put out a good purse, write a race. The horseman either liked it or didn't and entered accordingly. I just don't know where it all went so bad. Somehow there's things have been twisted and the passion of the relationship has gone so long. I'd love to just have it, just stop at some point so that we can just get back to what the business is. The racetracks are the theater owners. We provide the setting, we provide the stage crew, we provide ticket sales, and what the horsemen provide are the product, the actors, the producers, maybe even the director. And it seems to me that somehow we've lost the connection that we used to have, and I don't know how to get it back. I was hoping that maybe somebody would tell us. Maybe somebody does have the silver bullet out here and they could, give us the key. I don't know, but those are what Dustin and Chris said. Echo my thoughts. I just wish that I had the silver bullet. Fortunately,
one thing is the missing that the track owners and the regulators are not their enemies; they're their assets. They use this to get what they need, and with a civil way, it's pretty easy to get. And it makes sense.
and I think today, I think I've said it before, it's kind of unique, and I hope that goes a long way to showing the goodwill, not only that the commission is putting out for us attending, but also everybody else attending. I hope that means something in the end, because it's unique. I've been in other jurisdictions where it just don't happen like that. So I hope this is a good starting point for us to kind of all come together.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I totally agree. I would add one caveat. Nobody likes a sticky floor in the theater. But did you handle that? The last place we should have to come to when we have any issue, say the horseman with the track. You guys don't know where every issue, right? So if we can build these relationships where it's not, it says it right there, where we're not adversarial. That takes two to tango, right? But if there's a legitimate concern, it should be addressed. And then maybe I'm overly optimistic, but I think word will get around the backside. Maybe these aren't the bad guys after all, right? I had a problem, they fixed it, right? Of course, the reverse is true. Obviously, if it's a significant problem and it doesn't get addressed, that bad, you go twice as fast as John, right? So we can all do that. I don't want to blow your head up, but
when you go to the track management and talk to them, you get a lot done. Don't you?
We have good relationship.
We could be very respect.
And even though we don't necessarily love those.
I hope
that's our fault, right?
You get a lot done.
Oh, and then, and again, case student handler, right? You go into DM's office with your hair on fire, yelling and screaming, we're going to get stuff done. But if you go in there with reasonable request, that request ought to be addressed, right? That's fair. And are we getting close to winding this up, Mr. Chair? I wish. Well, I have a board member that wanted to make a comment, and I think it's pertinent to this topic. Norm Alvarez, longtime board member, very successful reading.
Thank you, commissioners. I appreciate the time. And I'd like to say, in listening to all this, I'm gonna read what I wrote, but there's two kinds of racetracks that I see. There's racetracks that love horses, horse people. They've really, stepped it up and you can feel their passion. And there's the other kind, seem like they want to reduce everything and restrict everything. And I think that's, there's two kinds. I do see that. But I'd like to say that we're gathered here today at the summit as individual stakeholders in a tightly connected horse racing industry. Each stakeholder is as a spoke on a wheel. Racetracks owners, trainers, breeders, and racetrack patrons make up the spokes, and the racing industry is the wheel. Just one broken spoke can upset the cart, and we have broken spokes. This is how I see our industry at the moment. Our New Mexico horsing program is very strong and highly regarded nationally. As a matter of fact, I would argue it's the best. If we can come together to work on conflicts and concerns for the greater good of all, we could achieve something very special for our beloved industry. We all have to watch out for one another and listen and search for solutions to problems. If one part is broken, we are all broken. Thank you.
Norma, I got one question then.
Yes.
Do you think we need to make some changes?
How come you didn't get the letters from the trainers that we had attached? Did you read those?
Yeah,
I gave you all a report, and it's up to very bad. There's 3 trainers.
There were Hartman and Jan Arnett and who's that? Did you? Okay, so that kind of says a lot. And they all said, we have the best program in the nation. They said that in those letters, all 3. They loved our program. They wish they could be here participating in our program. And I think if we can fix some of the problems that they cited, that would get them back. And then I've also heard that some people feel like.
Are you open to change at all? A little bit of change?
Well, we've made changes, and I'm always open for a good idea. Absolutely. But opening up the state, that's what I've heard from a few people. That's not gonna fly. And, we vote by mail, which I love that we changed the way we vote because it's very fair. It's not proxies and,
When you guys come up with something that you'd like to do, are you going to canvass the whole membership, or are you just, the board is going to make the decision?
The board cannot make that decision, according to our bylaws.
If I may, thank you. Commissioner Smith, I mentioned it earlier in my remarks that we're planning with town hall. We had also this with some ideas that the task force is working on, and invitations to attend the task force will be sent to all the members, urging them to attend, and we'll publicize it on our social media and weekend blasts. So I think I answered your question. The board can't just do enormous, but we need the members to buy in. Yes. And like I said earlier, I believe maybe there's another idea out there that we haven't even considered. But again, we want to bring the whole group together, as many of them as we can, at this town hall type meeting, and see what we can come up with in terms of solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Move on to capital and labor intensive business and that's for the cost structure. Yeah, let's see that part. And again, I think someone expressed very well the issue there. I mean, both on the crack side and the racing side, capital intensive, labor intensive, low margin, negative margin, and if you can't make money, you're not going to reinvest back in business, and I think that's happened, on both sides. The eternal struggle is how can you profitable, at least break even. How can you get that cost structure more in line with other businesses? So it's and I think also the faith to want to reinvest, to know that there's something out there, the end game, there is going to be a positive result. If you don't think so, then you're not going to have the willingness or the fortitude to want to reinvest. To do that, and just keep doing what you're doing, and just keep muddling along. So I think that's a problem in the industry. I think that's a problem in all parts of the industry in terms of being able to reinvest in a very low margin business. It's difficult to justify, and I know people don't like to call it a business. At the end of the day, this and yeah, I know we get probably pointed at more than anyone from that standpoint. Again, I think we try to look at it objectively. I think everybody does from all the different sides. Triggers have to in terms of making decisions, horsemen, where they race, when they race, how they race, and the racetracks are in the same position. In terms of what we can and can't do. Sure, it's great to invest $20 million a year in racing projects and backstretch things, and get all new equipment every year, and pay everybody more money, and that's not the reality. So, and like every other thing we brought up here so far, there's no one single answer that says if you do this, everything is going to be solved. I guess that's the fun part of this business and the challenging part of this business.
Over here, I debated whether I wanted to say this or not, but I don't think that the industry is a low margin industry. You're separating racing as it is to be in the casino as it would be in my belief is that one industry. It's not a low margin industry.
There you go, John.
I get that, and again, I will say that, and Bill, I wanted to mention this earlier. Bill Belcher, General Vice President, General Manager, is here from Bars. I wanted to acknowledge Bill under the strengths, so that he's been one of the strengths of the past few years here in Mexico. Unfortunately, Bill's going to be moving on to the property in Penn Family. But if Bill knows as well as anyone, Mexico probably has one of the largest tax rates.
Yeah, so, Commissioner, this is my third jurisdiction in racing, and I can tell you that just racing, I was at Retama in San Antonio, nothing but racing. When I got there, I lost $2.7 million a year just racing. So then we went to West Virginia, and the structure is the percentage comes off the top. The majority of it goes for the purses, but there's a small sliver that goes for racing capital. So like at Charlestown, in West Virginia, they get all new equipment every 3 or 4 years, and all this, and they got all the. They had 24 bodies on the racetrack equipment. Because part of that money was part for that and designated, allocated for that. And we had to justify
And so if we got 2%, and that equated to 200,000, just around figures, we had to submit where we spent that capital on the racetrack. So that's just part of it, right?
Yeah, no, I got that, but what you can't do in New Mexico is separate tracks from casinos. They're one entity. When I worked for 4 years in the hospital industry, and in a hospital, you lose lots of money on lots of things. Okay, but you still have to have those things to have a hospital. And in order to have a casino, you have to have a racetrack. And you need to put some resources into the racetrack. It's part of the cost of doing business if you look at that. I would love if racetrack would be rented all by themselves, and then, but that's not the way. Racing is dead or dying in intensive care at least. Or the casino business came along. They kind of revived the whole industry, but it's part of what you have to do. And if you think you're ever going to make New Mexico racing profitable and stand alone, I don't think that's going to happen. But that's why you have a casino, which that's a high profit, and there's lots of people willing to invest in casinos. And part of the restrictions, the Indian Gaming Compact also protects you all in a way, right? Because there's not other casinos, when there's 5, and that's it. And so, it's a benefit that both sides, not just the Indian Gaming for them. I agree, it's not totally a level playing field. I got you. I understand that, but it's part of the deal. It's part of the deal why we're where we're at. And the worst thing we could do is mess that up and get rid of the 60 million, 80 million, whatever it is that comes our way from the casino. I got it. You guys pay a big tax. I got it.
I will say that the New Mexico horsemen are the ones that got this. There was a horseman who spent all the money, and I was one of them. I mean, with Mike Weatherby, Eddie Power, Hubbard, and all that. And they come in at 25,000. I need this. I need to do this. And they spent money, and they hired the right people. They hired the right people, and they went and got people. So it was a horseman that got the casino. Right. There is some good on that.
And my point is, it's not all bad for us either. I mean, it's a two-way street. Yeah, we have some things we don't like about it. But yeah, we have a whole lot of things that protect us with. That's all I'm trying to say. It's not.
This year we spent just under 300,000 of my allocated capital on the racing fund.
Yeah, that's great, and I think you should. I wouldn't communicate that to us and stuff, but that's good. Communicate that. Let other people know that we put money back in that side too. All right. Back to you, Chris, again. Placing strategic location along the distance between, especially Zia Park and anywhere else. Whereas, really help, right? Yeah, we do not have, we can obviously do that, but no, I actually had this strike designation because one of the strengths of you have strategically located tracks, major centers of a resort area, border locations that are advantageous, but given the size of the state, that also is weakness because again, the ability to shift and again, we have several tracks in the Atlantic region east where we have the opportunity for upwards of 10 tracks within a 4-hour distance to shift. So again, that gives opportunity. Midwest now with Lucky Ride, I mentioned before, New Mexico is kind of the for the most part, for most sports, and
the backup doors, and can be difficult as
Probably what percentage of the peanut window are in play?
a lot.
Yeah, and that's right. We're 5 miles from the line, but it's at least 75%. I know it when I go there, which is Bregman. Take it.
And I've been on the other side too. So I was in Lake Charles for 9 years, and 80% of the license plates in our parking lot were Texas, but they don't want them.
And they also homes are selling at $500 because of race. Race that they're selling.
Well, so going back to Zia, I remember when we gave that track out, the other people that were trying to get that track, they wanted to put the track 2.5 miles east of Hubs. And I think that's not going to happen. I mean, because that was right there. And then here comes Rick and their group, and they're put right in the middle of Hubs, which is what we wanted. So that's why we were working. So that was just one of the bigger reasons why we were awarded it to because it was right in the middle of Hubs. That's what it's all about. Taking care of our years. But anyways, move on. Over reliance on gaming revenue. Let's see it again.
I think I have a number of these.
No, it's been talked about before. Again, I think, fortunately, New Mexico has successful casinos at the racetracks. They were one of the first states, I believe, it was 98, 99 to reduce gaming at the racetracks. 97, okay. So obviously, it's been good, good marriage. Well, we were all involved. I think it was mentioned over $1 billion revenue has been generated, from breeders and the first stuff. Again, there's no knowledge. Gaming at the racetracks has been successful. It's been beneficial for everybody who's participated in it. That's a good thing. The bad thing is, again, our core business, horse racing, pari-mutuel wagering. Equibase just released the year-end numbers. The national handle was earlier this morning. Basically, handle was stagnant last year, about $12.2 billion, which again sounds like a lot of money. And it's been up incrementally over the past couple of years. But because everyone's well aware now, the rate of inflation. If you go back, the peak for horse racing was 2003. The handle was about $13.3 billion. You adjust that to inflation, handle should be $22 billion now. Well, person that levels off. Money gets diverted into other things. And again, if your product isn't a good product to begin with, eventually you're going to say, well, why should you be supporting a product that is not a good product? So again, I have no delusions that we're going to reverse the trend tomorrow or even 10 years from now. But I think racing has to be more cognizant that this product has to be something that people want. People want to buy, and people buy our product by betting on it. That's how you tally it up. Buying racehorses, that's part of the tally as well. So again, this is not something that should be in Mexico, but I think something that sometimes, again, like I said, if the handle goes down 20%, we're still racing for the same purse money because the casinos went up 20%. That's good, but it's not, because again, if nobody's betting on our product, but why does anybody want to have the increase? It's probably not sustainable growth. So that's the main point. I know it's been, again, I'm not telling people something they don't already know.
Okay, I think you just touched on this stagnant and perceived inferior racism.
Yeah, again, we're getting a lot of things. Again, New Mexico is a bubble in some sense. Again, we don't have the cachet of other jurisdictions or racetracks. The Paradise example. The brand, it's not Coca-Cola. So I mean, people resonate with brands, and brands have respectability and confidence, and people know what to expect with a good brand. Mexico is like, we're not at the bottom, but we're certainly not at the top. And being in the middle is not bad either, but you still have to present a good brand. And a lot of people don't into making that stuff. So,
let's take a 10-minute break.
Recording in progress.
It's got not automatic. How you doing? I'll do something. Yeah.
Started. Moving down, moving solutions now. Got it. Okay, separate, paragraphs and plural portions, straight means, retracting portion, and so forth. That's what
Yeah, Chairman. It's something we've been pushing for a long time. I have, I know, I mentioned it one morning I was involved Southern Farmington, and that evening I was trying to sell just, I'm sure we might get to the point where we just might submit an application where we're just gonna run a straight program and come back with the corridor, and I'm talking 24, and come back with the corridor meet, maybe the third meet in August, and then a corridor meet in September, into October. But I think it's time now. I know I made the comment that it would be considered a little bushy in New Mexico as long as we keep having these mixed meetings. That may not be the right word, ugly word to call it, but I feel it's time now that we need to go to these
Recording in progress. Recording in progress.
And in the process, I would be not in favor of it with a reduction somehow of the thoroughbred days or the quarter horse days. It's kind of a shell game. The quarter horse people have to go somewhere and the thoroughbred people have to go. So there has to be somebody, there has to be quarter horse, the thoroughbreds going on at the same time. So what's that? That's overlap, right?
Why is the necessary
Well, my opinion is, let's just say, okay, there's no quarter horse racing for 6 months. Hey, quarter horse guys, we'll figure out something to do. Or there's no thoroughbred racing.
This take one. Most quarter horse people, they run their horses fairly and then they'll
well, they're turning them out, but they got, but that's something that, impacts different people, and that's a big concern I have. And a couple of years ago, I put together a schedule for wet meets, and next week, like we have, and there's lots of holes when you start doing that. I mean, my point is, not that I'm 100% for it or 100% against it. It's got to have a lot of time and a lot of planning and a lot of coordination
between everything.
The devil in the detail.
When the devil is definitely in the people, that's gonna hurt some people, it's gonna help some people, and it's gonna hurt a lot. So you gotta see where the best, how it's done. It will.
And each track has a different model or
And some tracks might not want to do that. You know, they don't have. Yeah, that's what I mean. So it is coordination thing.
if we want the industry to grow, in my opinion, I think this is something we need to do, and to attract outside people. I think we need to open it up. If we were to illustrate, I think we'll attract.
Well, for next time you do investigate, get it, and come up with something. No, let's look at it.
And I think, horses have been running for an amount of time. We have a smaller horse population. These horses need a break. Horses run a lot in our jurisdiction on the thoroughbred side, so.
Well, we're talking about the older horses too, but then you have the younger horses, like the colts coming up in the 30s and stuff. Set them up and say, okay, you can't run here till whenever, and then here's Rick with the Triple Crown race there. I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot to it.
There is a lot to it, and we've discussed this and talked about it for many, many years, and hopefully we can get to the point where we can come with a plan. And
it's a close schedule off for a lot of people.
it's a challenge, but I think it's something we need to do to attract. It's just we continue to do the same year after year after year, and it declines every year on track. It goes down a little bit. So,
Thank you, comment. And read us down. One of the things, and I think we talked about it as future legislative efforts. One of the reasons that don't work in this current discussion is we have a requirements. This is just putting out the road for people to think about. If Dustin wants to run thoroughbreds, you run Monday, Tuesday, and no required 2 days. That currently does not. He cannot run 4 days a week. Saturday, and Dustin runs thoroughbreds Monday, Tuesday. Neither of us combined. I haven't run my 4 days. He hasn't run his 4 days. So to really make this work, we really need to get creative as to how days work. So it's not moving days, but it's like a thoroughbred thing. It's like a thoroughbred track. We might need to really look at some of the rules that we place that says we can't do that. Like if we really want to make next week work, we have to look at flexibility that might require legislative change. But I think there might be a way to do it if you look at recent reports as our current.
Yeah, and you're right, a lot of rules have to be changed. And accommodate it. But it's gonna take a lot more than just saying, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, because it affects so many people. It affects our really guys been looking at it, because I know Donnie's been talking about it for a while. Some of it, so see that. It's pretty true. Anything else? No. Yeah, there is some medical to consider allowing folks medical by married rich and out-of-state hires to consider medical rich folks.
Yeah, I'm trying to take a crash course on the rules. I hear that a lot of people would like to get in the horse business, get a mare, send them out to Kentucky and breed at the best sire in the country. The fight line, in the mischief, whatever. As I got my $20,000, I like my chance. And then bring the mare back here, drop the full in the state. And when I first got into business, I told in the state of Mexico,
The other year.
Got a free allowance.
yeah, and and I think was kosher with Mary's and nationally in 2007, 4,000 polls hit the ground of that 34,000 in 2021, 17,000 poles hit the ground nationally, of that 360 were in Mexico. So our numbers, I'll give you 577. So we're still in, if you want to stop that, I'll do with the monthly, that's all the thing, that's all. See, we can, I'm comparing 2007 to 2021.
Okay, so in 2007, we had 275 days. In 2021, we only had 127.
I'm not
Great.
I'm not saying,
Yeah, well, I mean, but it correlates with
I'm talking about horses that hit the ground. And
Not race teams.
but they correlate is what I'm saying. The polls,
okay.
the number of polls go down. The number
So what we need to do in this state, we gotta get our horse competition up. Really, all this.
Think everyone agrees that.
Bang our head against the wall until we get our horse team. We gotta get our horse population up. We got a couple of races. We got 12 in the race, 30 on the also. Then we can look about run and more. So we do that. I'll go ahead and bang our head. Okay. One was let these mares go on the state, and evidently that's a no-no. It's going to either devour the sire, or I guess the question is on. Why would we not start doing it?
We actually had a proposal similar to what you're talking about. The idea was to bring in new mares and more polls. Allow you to bring in that pregnant out-of-state mare, the mare polls in the state, provided that mare is bred back to New Mexico Red Stallion, and poll that she was carrying by an out-of-state sire would also be bred. And unfortunately, the people that were really against it, what scared them, and that's what scared them, was your example of bringing to mare and poll the most expensive horse in Kentucky and bringing them here. Well, people aren't going to do that. That doesn't make economic sense. But
Wasn't the solution that we talked about when I went to y'all's meeting where they had to bring the mare here to breed? No shipping semen over the line. They had to bring the mare here to breed them, but they could take it home and foal them out there. I mean, you're going to get a lot of good mares coming today breeding of these stallions, which will help the stallions because you got better mares than them. And it will create your population. I would say it over double. If you let those guys take those mares home and foal them out there.
You have to change the name, and there won't be conventional bred bulls.
Why not?
Because they won't. They pull out another state. That's all right.
They're bred, you must say. But they're bred by the
I mean, you see, look at the paper, it says, where they pulled it.
I mean, that's just a suggestion.
Yeah, I understand that, but we have to change the name of it.
New Mexico tired, New Mexico bull. Anyway, I addressed this earlier when I referenced the task force, and these are ideas that we're talking. And again, it's going to take buy-in from the membership, right? You know, like I mentioned before, we're fearful of change. They're afraid we're going to put them out of it. We have to be careful, and again, you have to get buy-in. You got to sell it, and maybe we get some other creative ideas. Norma just reminded me at break, Norma Alvarez, that one idea we're talking about is, currently we have awards, breeders awards for owners, breeders, and stallions. And those percentages have been in place since prior to gaming. And of course, we know we have personal experience. So that's one thing we're looking at, looking those percentages. Because the owners are already using the benefit of those big firms, right? Maybe one of the things they're considering is dropping that 100% people really is adding that to the breeders and the stallion owners to incentivize those folks to reinvest. And there are some other ideas that we're looking at too, commissioners, that we'll be addressing this task. But
I think that's a great idea. I mean, because, like you said, they already gave you water, great stuff. But to increase the amount of Mexico bread, that'd be great because you're you're rewarding. But probably, I never gave them more to them, and we.
And, you know, the other thing is trying to instill, and maybe I mentioned it before, but I know we want to get going. But with all the other issues that we've discussed, taking the industry, we have to do everything we can to give the folks confidence that investing their capital and their sweat equity is worthwhile. And right now we have people that are pretty apprehensive about the future.
Look, I don't know about your grid, but when I first got in the business, I didn't run, I had brood mares, and I could take that brood mare to another state every other year and raise an outside set and bring it back to New Mexico and be New Mexico bred. Every year, but I couldn't do it every year with that mare. I had to, then the next year I had to breed it to New Mexico set, or you know, but they stopped that like 1970. 78,
Before my time, I heard.
yeah, not old. But let me just say this. Your organization is really, really run well. Really good people on it. You run it like a true organization. People on your board are bright, they're courteous, and ultimately, there's going to be one horseman association. I think may not depend on what course is trying to turn everything, who knows? But I think ultimately that's what will happen. And the organization that you guys have works very, very well. I would work with you guys, open your minds a little bit, and figure out how to get some more interest on more horses here.
Thank you. We're not sitting on our hands, that's true.
Ethan from Reno. So I've thrown this idea out to a couple of people in the room, and I think it might be one that's worth chewing on that's good for everybody. And again, I'm sure everybody has their opinions, but my board, at least I'm going to put it out in space. The biggest rub in the racing office every day is how to write those 3 breed races still fill the open. It's a conflict because the breed guys don't want to run the opens, the opens don't want to, can't run the breeds, and then you play this game. Right, and then the guy who wants to come to the barn area can't get into the barn area because he's got 60% opens and he doesn't think he can get his open. He doesn't buy breeds, and it's this whole rat race. The real question is, why can't we pay breed awards for running open races? Let's consider not having mandatory breed races. If these breeds can run against the opens, let's pay breed awards. There's got to be a way that one, we fill all these races. Breeds are going out opens, whatever horses run. And if you're breeding, let's pay breed awards. I'm not saying cut their awards. Is there a way to get more open horses in, further reward the breeds by allowing them more opportunities? Like, how do we make this work that it does everything? And I think one of them is, how do we relook? Not again, there's no threat to fully breed awards. There's some alternative. And not restricting breed awards and further allowing that breed money to be paid across all 10 races that we're talking about. We don't have it so restricted. But I think that's one of the reasons we have recruitment problems is because our barn areas, we can't get full of opens because the opens tell us I don't get the opportunities. We hear it from all sides. I'm just trying to put out in space if we're looking for solutions. Is there a way that we revisit some allotment of how that breed money is paid out?
Clarification for me, what you're talking about is a New Mexico bred horse ran in an open race, they would get, I'm making up numbers, 50-60% more in that open race.
Potentially, yeah. So
potentially.
So the easiest way in my head is everybody's used to a retro. Let's say we run 300 breed races that year. Tom's horse runs and his horse wins 200,000 in purses. That purse is 2% of the breed earnings that year. Does Tommy get a retro check for 2% of the breed allotment for that property? I'm not telling breeders how to do it, but I'm saying, why restrict yourself to these races? We know the breeds can run with the opens, but they don't get those breed awards, and the world doesn't work the same incentives to restrict races. Is there a way to get creative and do what they're you're asking us to do, which is help further the REAP program and bring some opens in here. Again, I'm not saying we ought to do it, but
The court horses can run with the open horses, but the thoroughbreds in this state can't run with open. But the court horses can run.
Excuse me.
Wait a minute, maybe one or two. I'm talking about overall.
I think they did pretty good, this running against open competition based on the hunting. Here. Yeah, they did pretty good.
7% of races were won by New Mexico bred.
See that? If you open up the thoroughbred races, if you open up the thoroughbred races, the thoroughbred breed races, all kinds of races.
yeah, and I'm not saying that they lose out either. So if the thoroughbreds still get second place, and that's X percent of the breed payment, they still get paid. So yes, they didn't win the race, but I might get a $32,000 allowance race to go, and not an $11,000 plate. We're trying to give the secretaries an opportunity to fill races. And if we have 4 horses like Don said, knocking on the horse and done, some of that might be giving the flexibility to the racing secretaries to make that happen. Sometimes the meetings are so restrictive that it's difficult.
I was talking to someone, and I honestly don't remember who it was, but I said, what have you been doing to recruit people to your track? One of the answers was, well, let's look at it. We've got 4 quarter horse races, which is a good thing. We've got 3 New Mexico bred, 4 New Mexico bred. Well, that leaves me, 3 races potentially to get into. And so that was his explanation as to why he thought people wouldn't come here from other jurisdictions, but Green Card Staples, because they're down to 2 races a day. And, would that fit? I don't know, but that was the response I got back as to why, when you go to recruit people, why do they tell you they're not coming?
That's why it would be.
And that's also why what you're saying has some merits and thought to.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying it works, but I think if we're going to throw stuff against the wall, we got the travel compact restricts us. We have some restrictions that we put on this breed or however we run the racing sector. I was like, let's all just dig deep and find out what rules are hard and fast, can't cross, and what are flexible. And if there are some flexibility there, I think we need to.
I think that's worthy of some discussion. I think that's a decision for the multiple units.
Yeah, like that.
Or you all. That's why I said, or you all.
Thinking outside the box here a little bit. Number one, I think you'll eliminate New Mexico red races. You'll kill the industry. And it's all realized that most, if not all, states have state bred programs and run races to their state breds. That's all of them. I agree with that. And however, to even any other thing you can context, so maybe, I don't know if it works, you're the numbers guy. Is there a way we can do both to incentivize a breed to run it?
They do.
There is a point, and someone is very more to enhance that. Yeah, and many Mexico red do help build a race. Oh, they're not good. So, I would fit that into the comment.
Ultimately, is you all's decision. Whatever you decide, you guys are going to do, we'll work with it and live with that. I was just hoping that lightning strikes you.
But the point, you all. So, okay, let's class 1, class 2 violations. That will be
Chairman, Commissioners, I applaud what you guys have done in taking the penalties to the max on what you currently can do and what you're allowed to do by statute. But I think it's time that we change the statute. We've been fighting this deal a long time. And instead of a 4 4th-degree felony, it is become a 2nd-degree felony. Because you're race fixing and you're cheating when it's racist. So let's go together with statute and get that. So if you get on A or a 2A, you're in the felony penalties. And let's stop dancing around and go straight to it.
I agree with you 100%.
We got to go through the judicial process.
But without, this is just throwing this out here. I heard somebody told me that, going forward, if somebody gets a class 1 drug test, their horses, and they, of course, will get a penalty after a while they get back up. But when they get back up, any horse that they trained is eligible for any breeder award or any accolades from the AQHA. From that point on, if they get one grade 1, going forward, I'm not talking about going forward. Any horse they train for the rest of their life will not be eligible for breeder award or award from the AQHA and stuff like that.
Agreed.
I mean, that would.
I suspect that would never get through the legal process, but
I don't know.
I don't disagree with it. But
Frankly, it doesn't have to get through the legal process of the AQHA enacted. They're Title I, and now they can't penalize the person, but they can surely say that. They can't say you can't have a quote, but they can surely say, you know what? We're not going to recognize you. Because when we do catch these guys, they're right back up pretty quickly, and they let that run.
That would incentivize owners.
That's exactly right. And then the owners are not going to put those guys, and they're going to start saying, you know what? I'm in this deal not for the money. If I was in it for the money, I wouldn't be buying them. Period. I'm doing it because I want to have recognition of having great work. Anyway, that's just something thrown out there. I mean, I probably won't get any legs, but I think the more you penalize those guys with class 1 penalties, and we can't per se penalize them, but we can damn sure not let them get rewards from the Breeders Association or the AQHA, notability and stuff like that. And that doesn't require any state check.
tracks have the ability today to not let them participate in your
Anyway, that's for that. The other thing I saw recently was when the feds had 5 stones investigation that the guys with the jockey club hired, got the feds involved on the wiretap. Japanese someone's got to go to prison. Back east.
allowing big checks.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Mr. Trejo and I have talked about this to the nth degree. And Dr. Franklin can attest, I've begged him to help wherever he could, and he has. We can't find vets. And it's not just in this jurisdiction, but it's everywhere. And according to Izzy, and I won't put words in his mouth, but we feel that a vet tech could do the same job in the test barn that we currently have a veterinarian doing. And there's vet techs out there with a better equestrian background that can see sore horses than some veterinarian. So, I mean, it's at the discretion of the approval commission, but I think that's something that we need to change in the rules.
Does that require a statute or that commission do that?
That requires change in the veterinary licensing board. That'll never fly. You've got to have a vet supervising right now.
Correct.
You have to have a veterinarian.
Still have a veterinary license. That's
You oversee that.
You oversee the right.
And other states have that same model, so we're not veteran being the.
But that's the only way it could work. Like he can't go on there, so he has to have a vet oversee.
That's housing. I don't see it.
It's a rule change, correct?
Work on that. Okay, move on. Create a robust breeding program.
You know, and I'm even stole my thunder on that one. You know, and I'll go back to where I started. I was at the Phillips Ranch in 1981, and we didn't have Pure Mutual in the state of Texas. It was the largest breeding operation anywhere. So, you know, I'm not putting words in Mac's mouth, but I think he would do pretty good right now if he were in a jurisdiction, because caliber and quality, WL, same thing. I'm not saying that's what I want. I'm just saying that what he brought up earlier, I think it has some potential.
For speakers,
Then we covered it. Thank you.
Let me see. Let's move on to racetracks list, create event driven product. Yeah, not just another day of racing, but together like with those.
Chairman, we all look at what we've got. We know where our stakes are at. We know what our programs are created of. And that's something that I've always pushed for. You may have an overnight card that's just that. It's overnight. But that's the backbone of the industry. You've got to do something beyond that to bring a new customer out to that racetrack. And we've all done it. But I think it's something that we've all got to take into consideration and work harder for to get that new customer in. And that new customer may become a new owner or a new breeder at the same time.
Yeah, you're in that entertainment business, like it or not. It is.
Yeah.
Summary?
Yeah, you're on there. Yeah, it's, you know, I think sometimes we're losing track of the racing patron. You know, racing patron, well, a lot of our patrons, at least in Sunray, I suspect the same for the other tracks. We get patrons that will normally show up for simulcast racing, and when they come, they're relatively inexperienced with betting. And I think sometimes we don't always do the job we need to taking care of them. But I think that's what we need to do first and foremost, is take care of the customer, because that's what's really driving a lot of this machine that we have. And I don't think I'll say for Sunray, we try very, very hard, but sometimes we fall short of the mark. And it's something that internally we have to deal with it. And we're trying to do that. On all of that, food and beverage, wagering, education, and the overall show. And you're right, it is entertainment first and foremost. And I'm not sure that, to be honest, that Sunray always hits the mark, and we're hopefully, this year we're gonna hit it. No, I don't.
Horse leaders.
Totally agree. I mentioned that in my earlier remarks. We have to take care of our customers. You know, our customers included folks like you talked about, maybe inexperienced better going to the races for the first and board guests, others, regardless, they're still our customers. And we have to put it on a good show because we reflect on all of them. We have to treat them well and give them a reason to come back.
You need to put a little booth there, show you how to bet. And have a place to go.
Unfortunately, when we don't get the mark, a lot of times we lose that person. And we'll have a chance of that we're able to get it back. I think this one was more towards where we are now on the track. Sorry to say.
Educating new bettors is such a challenge. You know, you show a brand new person a racing form and ask them to navigate that on their own. And then we have the exotic bets and whatever. It's a challenge, but we need it. It makes them a little simpler. So we're helping them get their feet wet so they want to learn more.
cooperative, marketing campaign to take them.
That's okay. Can I go back? Sorry, Ethan from Rio Doso, and this might help you might know, or one of you guys on the racing side. So one of the big Rio Dosos, obviously, got from the larger crowds. Technology, and I don't know if it's real cheap or technology, which means even though you're on property, to bet on your phone, you have to download the app, you have to go to the mutuals, you have to get a deposit. When it expires, you go to your app, swipe your credit card, and you go. The arduous process, and again, it might be our tote systems, but I don't know if it's a rule or a tote system, you have to look at it. It is nearly impossible to get someone to wager on the phone, even if they're on their own property, because of the processes in place. You have to go to a teller, deposit money, the teller then gives you an account, you then go to your phone, you order from your phone, and then you have to go back to the teller to cash out. It's a horrible process. If you really want to get the new gamer, the game, I don't know if it's modification or discussion with everybody in the room, rules changes, whatever doesn't, we probably well so we have this. Chris, you might know. Do you require that in every jurisdiction? Do they have to go to the mutual clerk? I don't know if you know, it's put you on the spot, but
Well, in a number of jurisdictions, the account wagering is good everywhere. So. Yeah, in Texas, you can do one site.
Do you have to do a teller?
To initially set up the accounts. Yeah.
There's no other way to do this.
We had to do that once, that would be that owners.
We got to do it every time. Like you want to cash out, you got to go back to the cashier. Like if you want a 25-year-old on the apron to wager, download an app in 30 seconds, wager. That's not the way the technology works. I don't know how we get there, but that's a huge the roadblock right now. Is the technology on the racing side is nothing like me downloading Prince Fires. I download Prince Fires like a wager on my phone right now. Whatever happened goes up. If you want, and then somebody who's never wagered on a horse before, they get into a line on All American when there's 10,000 people trying to wager. They're all yelling at them, get out of line, get out of line. That person can wager from their phone.
That's intimidating.
And yeah, and it's no change over that $2 on. And I don't know how we figure that out, but we might want to circle the tracks on it and try to figure out if there's a better way to do it, because I promise you're missing 90% of the youth with the way we're handling wagers.
And the Downs of Albuquerque did that when they first opened up their new facility. You download their app and then you go to the teller and get money and put it on my phone. Well, I got the app. I don't know how to work it now, and I can't get my money.
All the wagers gonna, right now it's all gonna be off this right here.
Yeah.
Has anyone had any discussions with the tow company to see if we could ease the process of wagering? I haven't, and the truth is, everybody here is diligently working on events. We're diligently trying to get the new youth in. But guys are coming in eating chicken wings and drinking a couple beers and they're failing because they just can't figure it out. It's a difficult, it's not as easy as sports wagering. It's not as easy as some of the fantasy stuff. And if we can get tools in their hands, they know how to use them. The problem is, we're probably not talking to technology guys as much as we can. We're probably not working together as well as we can. Tracks and try to figure out if there's a better, not necessarily a better provider, but some way to turn technology into a benefit.
Yeah, because my son is 26 years old, carries no cash. All he carries is his phone. Everything is in here. He goes up there. Everything's done with phone. And that's where he worked. No money to work. I mean, so why? That's all I need. That's all I need.
Well, the nice part is this is not a level of change. This is us adopting technology on our grounds and taking advantage of the crowd that we all work so hard to get.
What needs to be tweaked, and we should all probably refresh ourselves because those account wagering rules are pretty archaic. They were probably in the 90s. But you're right. You're right. We get young people all the time and we fail because horse racing is very confusing and it's tough for me to explain it to them everyone's attention span's so short, but they have it on their phone, they can play around with it, and very intimidating betting in the lottery.
Nobody wants to hear it. I'm bet right now calling DraftKings. We just launched a new DraftKings course. I'm better off telling everybody on the apron to use the DraftKings app than I am to use my own app in the current environment, because they can use the DraftKings course app on our grounds and engage with us, but all the fees because they're the one taking the chunk of the pie. I'm better off trying to get them to go to my new school or feature. But right now, people of the world are doing that.
Right now, they can't wager on New Mexico.
Would you have to you geofence it and do what he's talking about?
We do geofence it.
But our technology
But it's very cumbersome to Ethan's point of you have to go to, you can do it on self-serve too, and you have to do an account. And we even have a little handout on how to do it. And we get a few people that we handle a few $1,000s through that. It's called Fastbet Mobile in United. So, but we could do a better job. We even had a supervisor go to people's tables and explain it to them, or maybe load it on your monitor. Yeah, but it's education, and we should probably look at the account wagering rules to see if there's some changes we can make to make it a little easier. Well,
yeah, I mean, we're giving the tow companies are getting outclassed by the sports wagering companies. Until they bring that technology to against, so we can operate like everybody else. I mean, they're sitting in basketball arenas today, wagering actually on that basketball arena while
further, they're wagering on every play.
Yes, all of which we're not really interested in.
It'd be nice if one app cover all 5 tracks. Typically, if we had done that, for that was for one app to cover all 5 tracks.
We'd have to all be the same source.
The same provider.
Doesn't make any leverage. Yes, I think that's right.
Okay. It resolve all litigation and unify as an industry.
Commissioner Sanchez, member of the commission. I put to have a study commission because we all have our own interests. We all have our own ideas. To the points we made earlier about we all have our blinders on. We want stuff for our own entities. It may be time to have a study commission. We've done this in the past, but not only have a commission, but take those recommendations and move forward. And I think states are having this conversation right now. I just threw that out as a possible solution, maybe some outside eyes to look at the issues here. If it came from, it didn't come from Rick or didn't come from someone else, it came from an outsider, maybe it'd be received differently as well. I'm not picking on you, Rick. But I was just throwing that out there as a possible solution. We're here for solutions. Thank you.
Okay, I have you're proposing another cooperative group which would be responsible for retaining, maintaining, and scheduling track maintenance. Gate crew.
Yeah, I think we talked about this a little earlier. I think the PNU in France is the group and they handle, they're funded by each racetrack and they have essentially taken these particular problems off of the track's agenda. This group takes care of individual marketing for each racetrack. They handle scheduling of the track crew, the gate crew, the mutual crew. And I think that's probably something that we can do amongst ourselves if everybody wanted to. My understanding is with the marketing, the marketing isn't the same for each racetrack. So, but it's this one group of hired, essentially paid for by the racetracks, and they take all of these individual things off of the racetrack shelf, so to speak. And I think especially for the track maintenance and gate crew, racing office, mutual staff, all of that stuff, we would probably get pretty coordinated group. I'm sure that funded group can also, maybe make deals with people where they're employed year round, get benefits, whatever.
Be kind of like a union.
Co-op. It's more like a co-op. But I think we would get a core group of people that are always there, and the tracks, for paying into the group that handles that, tracks can basically say, that's taken care of. Then I could even see vets, maybe this group would hire vets that could possibly work year round with benefits and things like that. But, I know we are having trouble, for instance, getting vets, separated at least. And, I'd love to be able to turn that over to somebody who specializes in getting employees and do it for a year round and be done with it.
Well, that's most of all from there.
I'm sorry, could you refer which issue?
Oh, yeah, relocation of the existing 20% fund being allocated just to.
Sure. And again, I know this will get, reactions, but, as mentioned before, the 20% going to persons and breeders right now is probably, I know Louisiana is a high percentage of gaming revenue, but I think New Mexico might be the highest of the country right now. Again, we're involved in a lot of jurisdictions with gaming rates. We've been in states where we come in after the fact, come in states when development of started at the ground level. And, I think we've seen $1 billion invested in the industry in gaming versus over 20 odd years. And we're still here today trying to figure out, how this industry can survive versus, get you to a certain point. And somebody made the comment, look at, New York, they go for $600,000 a day and they have 5 more fields there. And I think, again, this is easy for me to say, but again, if you're looking for recommendations, I would really think taking that 20% number and reallocating it. The majority of money should go for first and second. That's obviously the engine that makes the business go. But, and Bill mentioned it before in program in West Virginia and 2 other states have it. I think if there was other allocations from the gaming revenue that went to other parts of the industry, everybody says, let's do this. Let's build new bars. Let's invest in technology. Let's do marketing promotion. It's a great idea. Nobody wants, everybody says, well, who's going to pay for it? How are we going to pay for it? I think the industry needs to reinvest in itself. So again, these are not, sure there's, other ideas or better ideas, but just from our standpoint, if there was a fund for capital, it could be a matching fund where 1% or a certain percentage is put in. I think it's done on the parimutuel side, but that doesn't generate a whole lot of money. But if there was an incentive that you could get capital money, I think that would help in terms of reinvestment in racing facilities. Marketing, promotion, racing. I know the state of Pennsylvania allocates 1% of gaming revenue for a marketing program for all the tracks. And tracks can use that with a horseman group to promote racing, plus statewide branding program. Drug testing, we're talking about drug testing money. I think allocating something for that and enforcement. Equine aftercare is a big issue. Workman's comp's been talked about for a long time. So, the bottom line is here, these numbers can be whatever they are, but taking a look at this bottom line, which is going into racing, putting the majority into, persons and breeding, but I think other parts of racing need to be funded. I know here were going to say, we'll just take it out with casino share. Casinos, again, are taxed at, almost 50%. And again, I think the industry has to reinvest in itself. I think that's something that we need to really look at. So, this probably not be a popular one. It would require a statutory change. But again, I think in terms of wanting to put money back into the business and the parts that need attention, that's our recommendation.
Be a lot easier to change the tax from 50% to 45%. Then everyone would be happy.
Everybody likes to tax it down.
I kind of remember now, but there is something statewide money that did something also with some money that either the state or the parking driveway or whatever. That was funding and it came to us for approval. And Rick, you remember that? No, it's when you paid for. And it was capital improvement. It was capital. Yeah, that's what that was. Right. That's what I'm talking about. Anyway, that was some kind of funds. Was all renewable funds.
It's just a small portion of those taxes.
But it's something to do with taxes that come somewhere in
that. I used to balance about capital improvement or something like that.
It comes up to parimutuel tax that you have to pay. It's deducted. You spend money. It's a very small debt. Parimutuel tax you pay. So we did $75 million renovation to that casino, bars, grandstand, lights. I'll be dead gone before we can tell it is there. I mean, there is a program. Yes. It's there to, encourage you to do capital projects. So,
It goes back to what was just discussed though about the tax, okay? The capital improvements on the tax. Prior track management, and I'm not going to mention which track it was, came to the legislature trying to get that done, and everything was going great because it wasn't doing away with the taxes. It was just taking a percentage of it, putting it on vacation for a couple of years to do some improvements. The mistake being made was it was not going to be spent on the track proper. It was stated during testimony that it would also be used to help improve the casino, and that's whenever it was shut down right there. So that's just a side note. Okay. Thank you.
Let's see. And NMAC rules statute removed statutory requirements on minimum rest days, week, basic day, and so on and so forth, all the statutory stuff. Yeah, Mark.
I get all the good ones.
You asked for.
Yeah, I think again, it's not a popular opinion or stance. I think it's been talked about before. I think brought up, the bound. Right now, there are certain statutory requirements, whether it's number of races per day, number of days per week. Is that what is? Again, that was put in whenever 25 years ago. Is that the reality of the business today? Does that make sense? Is there a better way to look at it? We talked about overlaps. We talked about racing opportunities. I know this is controversial on both sides. I think the bottom line is having some sort of flexibility, try to meet business demands that are out there. It's a balancing act, but possibly is good for the tracks, may not be good for others, and trying to find that middle ground. But again, when you're working within certain, hard parameters and there's no flexibility, we're just, again, that's when you get to the point of trying to work around things or try to, get around it, as opposed to having that flexibility to be able to, try to meet these business requirements or demands. So, bottom line is, the current statute probably is somewhat dated, and probably needs some tweaking.
Okay, the next one's to coordinate commission votes to promote consistency.
Yeah, again, like a lot of these things we talked about, I think, some of this, we do operate, but some do operate, in certain areas independently or with different people. There could be better ways to, structure, condition books so they flow from one to the other, and whether it's the conditions or the, various progression of the races flows better to meet the demands, both for the tracks and obviously the horsemen. I mentioned earlier, maybe with state's program, there's more coordination to have it lead up to maybe an end the season type program with some incentives. And also, again, better spacing means better participation. So I'm sure, that again falls on the racetracks, especially the convention book side. At the end of the day, everybody's hustling to try to fill races, and it's difficult task. But there's probably ways we can help ourselves. We probably write too many conditions. We give horsemen too many opportunities. That's, but again, you're trying to chicken and egg. You're trying to, fill the races, but you also know the more you spread things out, the less participation you can get. So, and horsemen have, options. The other is not to race; they can possibly ship to another location. So, we probably do a better job of this.
We ran state rate incentive. We already went through all that. Eliminate requirements, tracks, 10% payment.
That's all mine. Okay. Well, again, I think this has been talked about before. I'm assuming that the tracks. I'm certainly trying in on this. I mean, there is right now in the statute, there is a requirement on the tracks paying 10% bonus for New Mexico bred linear race. Now, you could question whether that is applicable only when there's pari-mutuel wagering, or now that based on casino revenue too, let players debate that. There is, and to be, full disclosure, half of that 10% does end up getting paid out of the first account. So it's essentially 5% from the tracks, 5% from the first account. But that's a real hard number, from the racetrack point of view, and that can present some disincentives to wanting to race more New Mexico bred races only. Again, it's the only jurisdiction I'm aware of where the tracks actually pay into the program. That's usually taken off, 100% on the first side or the breeder side. Again, it's something that's been talked about before. We think that number can be absorbed within the first account as it is right now. And again, that could free up opportunities for, track investment in other areas, and it's not going there. So,
but would eliminate the disincentive. That whole amount creates a disincentive. I mean, I guess
it differs by track, but it's about 6 figures.
For some markets, just $300,000 out of our bottom line for the 5%. And I had these discussions with Rob Benson years ago that we're de-incentivized to run more than 3 breed races a day because
it costs us money. And
And the bank for the free, that's what we play. So, number four, that's the account.
yeah. And it's right off the bottom line, just making a move like that will make racing look better.
But the thing is that if we did, like you said, that could, create more money to invest in the racetrack itself. But if you can make it where, okay, this 10% will 5%, will be 5%, pay 5%. But what it's like, we're going to improving somewhere on the racetrack, and you have to use it for that. Maybe that way you can sell it that much. This 10% stuff, when you're to take it out the first time, then this money that we were paying to enforcement is going to be used to improve the track. So,
Or if it just came out of the first account,
yeah, but I'm just saying, we're wondering if we got money back in track.
I want to go and just.
Yeah, that was the strange that, well, the reason the training, I mean, we want to make it over. I don't know that. But one was, that should be fine. This is pretty common. But I agree, that should be coming out of the first one, right? I mean, but the change would be a hard thing, that's what, right? But
It's right in the run more free race, but
yes, is that right?
If it didn't come out of the money out of our bottom line.
Yeah, that would be.
and the other
$300,000.
And I had these discussions with Rob years ago.
Pretty big. And then you guarantee that $300,000 that you pay every year, this will be for track improvement. It's a win-win for everybody. Why not? That'd be a good win for everybody. Yeah.
We could spend it, believe me, we spent over 500,000 on horse racing capital improvements over the last 2 years without it, so we definitely can spend it on horse racing pretty quickly.
So that made 800,000.
I got some oceanfront property for sale out here on the West Mesa.
Let's see, implement processes to similar work, okay, we just want to thoughtful review of read-only race meets. We've covered that a million times today. Consistency of racing schedule. Horse players.
Yes, thank you. Commissioner, St. Stephen, member of the commission. There is, sorry, you're sleeping. No, I'm reading. I thought we skipped it. I was thinking about how Rick could spend, how Dustin could spend that money. No, it's the lack of consistency. You know, it goes to this confidence thing that I keep referencing. We're changing the race dates every year. You know, when we talked with Commissioner Buffington, it'd be nice to have a 3 to 5 year plan. That's probably unrealistic because now we're discussing straight means what's the impact of pricing going to have on the whole global picture, but regarding race dates, but some consistency. What is going to put? Right? They're different every year. They're different volume, right? And that's a concern on our consistency.
Well, they can't go down anymore because of the statute on my experience. I mean, you're running every week. Someplace. You're around. It's not true.
You're running 180 days out of 365.
Tell me a weekend that you don't run.
Well, we had like, what, a 10-day, 2-week break between Hobbs and Sunland. What's the break between,
There's no break. You got Christmas on that day.
Okay. Let's see where we at. Okay. This metro work review. I'm absolutely confident and discussion and let's go.
hey,
Timing for this has been terrible.
Bring it on.
I know that public comment can be uncomfortable, but I do think we allow it in our, and I know why. I know it can be uncomfortable. So,
I think it's important though, that people who have public comment, allow to, you can get stuff off their chest, you can limit their time, and if they're adding, then, you know, shut their mind up. But I do think we should be
From my perspective, I think public comment is good. But I think when it becomes unprofessional, disrespectful, downright, just foul and villainous, whatnot, that's the
The truth.
So is there a way to manage?
We'll think about it.
If somebody in person, can you remove them from the room?
We'll think about that.
Okay, thank you. Do that.
Fix odds and AU government.
Yeah, I think we've discussed that, and we just find that very intriguing.
For transparency of personal. That's go first. Municipal racing commission to make, well, that's enforcement. Yeah. I think what that request was to publicize or make available the amount of money on a weekly basis that comes in. For this, everybody would have an idea about which money or something like that feature. Is that what that's about? Do you have a way of enforcement leaders? And then, no, but it's not covered, but it's always, we posted on our website, we set up a post.
So that's in the works.
And then I think that's important, so everybody can see. I didn't have a lot, I think. This last one here, the Municipal Risk Commission should make, tracks all of their contracts and have backsides clean, as we would have believe. I think I've been to many backsides in my life, and I've seen some atrocious backsides over here, which this stuff it should be that way. It will, and all it takes is cutting weeds and fixing up and cleaning and
Drainage.
it's sometimes it's just disgusting looking at the next. And I think in some cases the flip side of that is the horsemen, you guys are the ones that are making it like trash. It takes, so there's responsibility there, but I think the tracks can deal with that. You can deal with those folks and that are leaving your farm area and all that kind of stuff. We have, probably all of we have, but that's the responsibility that we have. And the truth is, it's support from your mission, which you dealt with people that do that. And whatever you want to call it, instruction, feeding the faucets, that's crazy. That's crazy, but that's what we do. With the whole world. Yeah. So anyway, that's.
Maybe if you start letting the horsemen who you're supposed to be representing back into the conversation, a lot of these problems could be with.
Well, I'm not going to comment on that. I'll let those now the court. Anything else? We're just doing that. Yes. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much.
You want us to go ahead?
Thank you.
Speech from person. Yes.
Recording